Yo, what up? This good morning, people. Hello, how you doing? Welcome to the show. I'm your host, Coach Renz, and today on Deconstructing Christianity, we are going to be okay. We're going to be putting God on trial. Put God and the devil on trial. We're going to see who's the guilty one in today's conversation. Is it God or is it the devil? Devil, devil. This should be an interesting conversation. Uh, I already know what half of y'all, most of y'all, who y'all gonna prosecute. So, welcome to the show. If this is the first time you're ever finding Deconstructing Christianity. I'm your host, Coach Renz, and on this show, we deconstruct Christianity. Happy Halloween week. So, we deconstruct Christianity on this channel. It's not about Islam. It's not about any other religion, just Christianity. We do touch on those religions every now and then if the point makes any sense. But for the most part, no. So we don't care about, your Muslims. Don't give a damn. Go find a Muslim deconstruction channel because there are plenty of every religion. So today we are going to, oh yeah. So also, if you have not called the hotel that's linked in the description of this video on YouTube, go to my YouTube channel. Meeting up in San Antonio. It's only a few days left. Just a few days left. Call the number because the link won't work. But yeah, tell them to the Free Thinkers group. We're gonna have our great meetup here in San Antonio. It's gonna be a great time. It's gonna be huge. It's gonna be great. Let me not do that. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be a great time. So yeah, I look forward to it. Go to the Shine Universe link, get some merch. Get you a shirt, get you a mug. It's lying ass liar. Free yourself to be yourself. Good journey, good vibration. Don't get you some merch, support the channel. But I do appreciate all the people who support the channel through being members, super fans, super chats, what else? Subscription holders, those who gifts and cash app subscriptions, people who subscribe to the channel, those who like and comment, and those who share. So thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. It means so much to me. It means so much, so much. It touches my soul. My spirit flies for all the support that y'all give. No, I do appreciate that. So, all right, let me get my cigar going. That way I can get minimized on TikTok. So today's conversation is going to be about who's truly evil. Who is the one that should be prosecuted? Should the God of the Bible be prosecuted, or should the devil of the Bible be prosecuted? Is the question that is going to be asked today. Because when we look at both of these entities, based on this biblical narrative, number one, the God character is the creator of all things and is supposed to be omniscient and supposed to know all things and supposed to be all powerful. But yet, this God intentionally created a world where he knew that from the very beginning, even his B'nai Elohim would theoretically, according to what they quote from the book of Enoch, because you're not going to find a war in heaven within the Bible, that he was going to rebel, that the third of his first creation, his B'nai Elohim, was going to rebel. At the end of times, they're going to rebel. There's going to be a war. He knew that creating man and Adam and Eve would be a violation, that it wouldn't work. He knew that he was going to flood. He knew what Job was going to do, so there was no point in the bet with Satan with the Job thing. He knew everything. So really, it's an open and shut case. But I don't want to give it all away right now. Usually I give it all away in the very beginning. Now, common tropes is people say that God killed like 4 billion people, the devil only killed like 13 or something like that. I don't know what number that people say. So I want to go case for case, point for point. I'm gonna give you one of them right off the bat. It's one that seems to be popular right now on the TikTok, and that is the fact of in the story of the Garden of Eden, which we already know, the Garden of Eden never existed. So before anybody come on here and say that, oh, well, you believe in it, the Garden of Eden never existed. So the fact of the matter is, this God set up two people for failure in the Garden of Eden. He certainly did not protect them. He set them up for failure, knew that they would fail, and put everything in place for them to fail. And then blames the serpent, blames the woman, blames the man. And hell, the man blamed the woman, and then the woman blamed the serpent. So everybody's playing the blame game in this whole story when the only blame is is the God of the Bible. God of the Bible. And they try to use free will as God gave man free will. So therefore, man had the ability to choose whether or not he would obey this God. And God is so good in his judgment that he would allow man to have that free will. But that's bullshit. If you are God and your goal is to create a perfect situation and your end game, well, let me rephrase. If you're a God whose end game is to have people in heaven worshiping you 24/7 without free will, then why do you need to go through a free will test to get your automatons? You see how that shit don't make sense. See, it don't make any sense. And I challenge anybody to convince us otherwise. Matter of fact, this is early for me to put to open the doors of the church. Oh hell no! I usually don't do it this early. I'm not gonna give away all the goods because, in defense of the devil, wait a minute. In defense of the devil, he didn't try to give us knowledge in the Garden of Eden, and he tried to give Jesus food in the wilderness. So he was really a nice guy. Right. And for today's purposes, I'm going to go ahead and allow for the devil to be the serpent, even though we know the devil is not the serpent. It's totally different. The devil is not the serpent. No, I'm not going to. The serpent just gonna stand on his own. The serpent was not bad. The serpent told the truth. This guy told a lie. He just didn't want man to be stupid. He just told him the truth. And then that is interesting. The so-called devil in the garden, in the wilderness with Jesus, he just offered him, he offered him a sandwich. Ain't nothing wrong with offering Jesus some food. Man out there and out there starving and everything. He needs some food. Miss Fifi, let's see, she did it by accident. Hey.
How are you doing today?
Doing great. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Well, how can you put God and the devil on trial? But I know you'll figure it out. Oh my goodness. All I can say is that what we call the devil to me is a spiritual force.
Mm-hmm.
And the spiritual force is telling you what's ahead. And to me, I've gone through this over and over again. I did go over and over again. Then when it happened, I'm aware of it. Like the spiritual forces are trying to stop me or trying to make me profess something not good out of my mouth and all kind of things. So it's oppressing to me when all of these forces have come. And I know a lot of people call it the devil. Mm-hmm. Like your car don't start, the devil. But the force that you think might be God is the devil is trying to keep you from getting into a car wreck. You know what I'm saying?
Mm. You know, I know what you're saying.
I kind of look at it. I don't look.
I used to say that as well. I used to say that, if my car broke down or it didn't start in the morning, and to me, oh dang, now I'm gonna be late. Now my car's not working. I might have to fix. It's gonna cost me all this money. But then immediately I say, you know what? I'm probably missing an accident right now. There was an accident that I was gonna be in that probably would have took my legs or my life. So I used to say that because I refuse to accept that any negative power had control over me. So it must have been some positive power that was watching out for me.
Mm-hmm.
Does that sound about what you're saying?
In a sense, yes.
Yeah. But I used to think something like that. And then, I just realized it's just cause and effect. If my car breaks down, it's because something broke up. Ain't really had nothing because I've been in car accidents. So where was that protection when I got into car accidents?
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like if it can't work for me sometimes when it feels like it. And
it's like you say, timing.
Mm-hmm.
And so that timing affects what happens in your life.
Right. So that's when we go into the whole idea that some God is putting us through some seasons. So I can have a car wreck in this year, but I can't have a car wreck in that year because God needed me to go through some season.
I don't think God trying to make you go through things. I think what happens is that the devil makes you aware of things.
So the devil is making you aware of things.
I think the devil is aware because, like poor Eve in the garden, she just gone about her business, and then the devil approaches her and say, well, not necessarily so you're gonna die today and all that kind of stuff. And then she started eating the fruit of knowledge.
Gotcha.
And then she presented it to her man, and he said, "Oh, what's this?" Well, I know God told me not to eat it, but I'm gonna try it because Eve don't seem to be dead.
Well, we know why the Adam character really ate. He ate it because she got the pom pom.
Is that the reason why?
Yeah, that ain't what the Bible said. That's my own thought.
I know you are introducing scripture, but don't worry. If you introduce it enough, it'll be part of the whole scenario.
Well, man has shown that we do dumb stuff over women.
Okay.
So we will violate a lot of things.
I'm gonna let you pass because at least that's a little positive than what they present in the Bible. Like the woman is, she's destroying and destroying and destroying, and they don't mention her name sometimes. They just said the woman.
Right. But back to the subject. See, in the Garden of Eden story, the thing is, if we look at both of those, the whole situation, the serpent told the truth. The God character lied. So this is why we can put them on trial, because even he admits his lie. He told them that, don't eat from the tree, or in the day that you eat, you're going to die. The serpent just told them that, hey, if you eat from the tree, that God knows that you will become like us, knowing the difference between good and evil. The God validates what the serpent says. He said, now man has become like us, knowing the difference between good and evil. So we got to kick him out of the tree, lest he reaches out and takes from the tree of life and live forever. So that's the whole reason of getting kicked out, was so that man doesn't become immortal, because man has become like the gods. So the devil didn't lie, and they didn't die that day. So, because the word used there is yom, and that word yom is used to mean a 24-hour day in every other aspect of the Bible. So they didn't die within that 24-hour day. It was only Christian doctrine that came up with the idea that they died a spiritual death. That's nothing. There's nowhere in that story that says they died a spiritual death.
No, it's not.
So the God of the Bible lied. of that. The God in Genesis, he lies. The devil, the serpent told truth.
I think what God, well, how they portrayed God in the Garden of Eden is that he tried to withhold information.
Well, yes. Yeah, he don't want them to know the difference between good and evil.
And so to me, I don't think that's the nature of God. Why would he put a planet here and he didn't want you to explore it and to do what he said, multiply, plant,
right,
do all those things, but we have to have the knowledge of that. So why would you stop knowledge?
Exactly.
Giving them the mandate to seek knowledge, to keep the earth as it is, or better.
Right. You would think that you would, because you wouldn't want Adam abusing Eve and neither one of them knowing whether or not it's good.
Right.
You would want them to understand that is not a good thing. To abuse one another is a bad thing. But instead, he allows for that to be free flowing. And where do we see this in life? If you put two little babies together, oftentimes they'll hit one another without anybody teaching them how to hit. They'll take from one another. Yeah, they'll see the other one crying, and you have some babies who will be like, "Oh, they crying. Let me, make peace with them." But most babies just be like, "Nah, I want to play with this toy, and I'm gonna play with this toy, and I don't care that you had the toy. I'm gonna snatch it out your hand, and if you try to take it, I might pop you one." That's Adam and Eve in the garden. Babies, baby-minded.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they didn't know anything.
So
innocent as they could be.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
So this God is more wrong. He's the villain in the Garden of Eden story.
Pretty much.
Yeah. That's why I'm that's why I'm putting him on trial.
And all the cursing and all of that.
Mm-hmm. Hence, that's why he's on trial. They're on trial for that reason. You asked in the beginning, how can I put them on trial? Based on their own, on this little writing, they're on trial for whatever action they supposedly taken or inactions that they supposedly taken.
Okay.
Anything else you'd like to add?
There's a lot of scenarios when the devil's character shows up in different people's lives, and it's like a story all over again. It's trying to let you go to another level, but because there's so many rules that you can't go through them. That's why the character Jesus is saying, no, you ain't got to do this. You ain't got to do that. But the people that follow God, the Sadducees, they had all these strict rules. And so people think and they were supposed to be the top God followers, right?
They were supposed to.
And so they have all these rules that you have to go back. That it's almost impossible to go through. And Jesus said it was. So is the people who is doing God's work on trial also?
We just doing the God and the devil, but of course we can go in any of those directions. But Jesus never said it was impossible to follow the law, and he actually told people that they should follow what the Pharisees teach, just not what the Pharisees do, because the Pharisees don't follow the law. But Jesus said that you're supposed to follow the law, and there are multiple people within the Bible that is said to have been righteous or blameless or followed the law. So that's something that people have been preached, that it's impossible to follow the law. Remember, he was talking to the rich young ruler. He asked him, "Have you followed the law?" He said, "I followed all these laws." Jesus' uncle Zechariah, Zechariah said that he was perfect in following the law. Job was perfect in following the law. Noah was perfect and righteous in following the law. Nah, there's plenty of times you can follow the law, and people according to the Bible have achieved it. Even as God tells Cain, sin crouches at your door, but you have the power to overcome it. So you don't even have to sin.
Mm-hmm.
So it's within you. It's just you can't teach people. You teach that to people today, and they don't want to have to be restricted to the law. They want to do what they want to do.
Especially when people said God said it.
Mm-hmm. But no, you can follow the law. You most certainly can. It's not all that hard.
Okay, well, all right. Well, if those are the rules that you want to follow them.
Yeah, I did for a time in my life for good 7, 8 years. I followed that damn law.
Mm-hmm.
Even down to the sacrifice.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Well, it must have didn't work. Are you saying, no. Hey, what am I doing?
Yeah, there came a time when as I realized that this book was filled with false information and misinformation and non-historic information, I recognized that, you know what, I've been doing all this bullshit, things that I hate, because I hate the sacrificing part. I've been doing all this for no reason. This is a whole bunch of bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
And especially it's hard to find, other people that some of the things you got to do, you need some assistance. It's hard to get people to do some of the assistant part.
Yeah. Well, actually, there are a lot of comments that came. Somebody said the serpent is Lady Sophia.
Yeah. When
the story is old, so there's a lot of I don't know.
Yeah, you got stories from other cultures that this story is pulling from. This story is pulling from the Sumerian Anunnaki story. And there are multiple variations of the Sumerian story. So it's pulling from some aspects of those stories. It's more like what they talk about. As far as the Sophia, though, they're incorporating Gnostics into this story, which Gnosticism comes much, much, much later. There is no Sophia in the story when you look at it with Enlil or Enki. Sophia is more of a Gnostic aspect of it. Let me try to get some of these other people up and see if they want to say something.
All right. Oh.
All right, Miss Fifi.
I'll be on the other end.
I know. Thank you for the roses, by the way. They are so good. I'm doing it in line as far as I can tell when people clicked on. Sorry to tell. Try to go back and forth.
How you doing, D?
G-Shack. How you doing?
It's been a while.
It has. It has been a while.
Go ahead.
No, I already know you're over 21, so I don't need to ask that question.
Yeah, well over.
Mm-hmm.
Let's put the Bible and the devil on trial. See, because that story always intrigued me until I got old enough to research and look in the ancient books and stuff. And it goes back to the Babylonian explanation for our history. And I would argue that Kemet, which is today's Egypt, is even older, because it's basically telling you the difference between two entities that were here on this earth at one time, and their creation of men.
Right.
And women at a later date. And I believe it's metaphysical for the Kabbalah, because it's basically describing what would happen if you knew of who you were. they say, you know, Enlil and Nigasita, or you know, Enlil or
Ninurta.
what is the other? Yeah.
Enlil, Ninurta, Inky.
Inky, yes.
Yeah.
And it's like they dog Inky in favor of Enlil.
Mm-hmm.
I looked into it. I practiced AP, and as far as I'm concerned,
What is
they
AP?
haven't switched. You see, because
What's AP?
Enlil,
What's AP?
astral projection.
Oh, okay.
Doing it all my life, even since a child. But Enlil was the one
what do
who
we
didn't want.
I need okay, so you're pontificating, but I don't see where this subject matter is in line with what you're talking about. Help me out here.
Well, they're just saying that Enlil was the good one, and Inky was the bad, the serpent. So,
yeah. Okay. Now, but what we're focusing on today, though, is from the biblical aspect of this story. Not if we was talking about the Sumerian part, then we can go in there. But we're talking about the biblical aspects of the story, and you can choose any situation. It doesn't have to be the garden situation. It can also be the whole Job situation. It could be the flood situation. It could be multiple. There are multiple situations in this Bible. If someone was put on trial for the decimation of the people, the murdering of the people, then who would be the one to go to jail? Who would be the one to get prosecuted?
to me, it would be Enlil.
So you mean the God of the Bible?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, and there I can't think of one instance where it wouldn't be this God that gets persecuted over the so-called devil, but yet people are afraid of the devil and run from the devil, or what they perceive to be the devil. What do you think? Right. So
because we've always been taught the Bible is, you know, concrete. It's true. It's what we can depend on. And yet, I would argue, I would like to see what else is out there, because to me, in other passages of the Bible, and I haven't studied it for a while, but previously, years ago, I read it around 7 or 8 times, that this God Enlil had to go before council. Somewhere in the Bible, I forget what verse it is, to get the approval from the other guy. Because, you know, they say it was Elohim when properly translated in Genesis, what, 1 and 2 or 3? So, you know, all I'm saying is many gods. So he's one of them. So who are the others? And where did he get this approval? Because if it wasn't for the serpent, and I'm not advocating for earthly serpents, or trust me, because that would just unalive you, you know, in many instances. But where did he get this approval from the other guys? Because evidently the serpent had, I would imagine, equal power or above, because he's trying to tell man that you were created to be more than just, you know, this or that.
Well, if you look at this,
it also,
if you look at the story with the story within the Bible, the whether they name it the serpent or Satan or any other name, that entity never has more power than the God entity, but yet can only do things if the God entity allows it. And then it follows the plan of this God entity. So yeah, like it's according to Revelation, it's going to just go ahead and do all the things that it's going to do, even though it knows it's going to lose this whole battle, but it's still going to follow the playbook of this God. Which, if you were a true enemy, you would never follow the playbook of the one that's going to defeat you. right? You do something different if you were on equal tier and you actually had an opportunity. But he just follows along, does whatever this guy's playing is. Even in the Job story, he just comes up and he doesn't do anything without this guy's permission. This guy has to say, yeah, go ahead and you can do this. He gives him limitations on what he can do to Job. And then he only goes as far as the limitations that he's given based on this God giving out those limitations.
If we say and we assume that the biblical connotation, the story of this is correct.
What do you mean? Like,
I like the question.
I'm just taking the book for what it, well, today I'm just taking the book for what it is, what it says. And if you believe in, and for a person to believe in this book, these are the things that you have to be, you have to accept these things. You have to accept that this, when it comes to the genocides, it's this God who orders all the genocides. So if a person is going to believe this book, can they accept that this God is the one who decided that these people are going to be genocided, decided that these young girls are going to be SA'd, decided that Joe's family will be effed over, fucked over like that. Yeah. If you were going to believe in this book, you have to accept it. So for us who don't believe in this book, it's easy. This is a bunch of bullshit. So it's really about those people who do accept this book. Those are the ones I was not to sound disrespectful. Those were the ones I was really looking for today. Them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. You just have good threads about it, but I don't know. I'm more of the opinion that there were books before Sumer, and our translation of the Holy Bible and even the Quran. And like I said, I don't discount the laws as they were originally written.
Right.
But I have a question with all these later books and laws that are given and added into later. If a law is a law, it must stand. It cannot be changed. So why did the people who wrote the rest of the Bible change the law? Because it's been used for so many things.
Yeah. Well, like I said, it's not a law then. Laws cannot be undone. Laws cannot change. So those aren't laws. Those are just rules.
Right.
Yeah. It's all just rules. Any law that can be changed is not a law, just a rule.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But let me get some other people.
I'd say that the first laws in Leviticus, either they stand or they don't.
And they don't. So they're not laws.
Right.
Right. So let me get some more people up here, and I appreciate you.
Thank you, dear.
All right, appreciate it. I'm trying to do this in order to receive. You almost. I think Antonia. Are you there, Antonia? Antonia. Can't hear you. Okay, I guess Antonia's not there. All right, hold on. This Joker right here. Ready? Laugh of the day.
No. You need witnesses, sir, in this court case, and I am witness number one.
You change your name to witness number one.
Well, I'm
what
the first.
Witness number one?
All right, here's what I witnessed. Personally, firsthand, I read from a secondhand hearsay source in the Bible that, in fact, this God himself I do believe it is Ezekiel 20, says that he is a jealous God.
Indeed.
And if we look at the DSM, we will all see that jealousy comes from fear.
Yes, it does.
And therefore, since their God is a fearful God, his actions make sense. Now, let me tell you some of the actions that are reported to this god. First off, he's gambling with the devil. Obviously, we all know what happened to Johnny after he picked up that devil, or excuse me, that fiddle. You know, didn't turn out too well at the end of the second song because the devil always wins, right? That's what we are always told. Okay, so it might not have been the first testament, but it might have been the second testament. Anyways, I digress.
Wait. I don't know if you guys have heard the second song that some people recently did, but the second song is great. You should check that out. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, the second testimony anytime is way better than the first one, you know.
It's not Charlie Daniels, so don't look up Charlie Daniels and think that's going to be the one who made the second song. But the young man did make a continuation of The Devil That Went Down to Georgia, and it's a great song.
Yes. And then as far as, you know, like he's consistently having people put their children in harm's way, even to the point of commanding them to kill their own child. Psychologically, anybody that is telling you to kill your own child should be investigated by, you know, a better authority, somebody that's more, you know, mentally stable. So clearly, and then, you know, the whole kind of concept of giving and then taking back, he's put his own chosen people into slavery multiple times. And even when he does take them out of slavery, you know, Pharaoh, he removed Pharaoh's free will and caused genocide on an entire group of people yet again. So for a weak sauce god, it makes a lot of sense what he has done. You know, even to the point of killing his own freaking child, allegedly. You know, that's homicidal. That's murderous. That's just literally the bottom of the barrel for any barrel that you could possibly be in. And it's not the good part that settles to the bottom. You know, and as far as all you Christians that say you're grafted in, clearly you don't know a goddamn thing about grafting because you don't change the root and you don't change the fruit. The fruit does not produce the same as the root. However, with you Christians, I think I see it because you're all demented in the sense that you will believe a lie and support an organization as opposed to looking into it as it says in your own book in 2 Timothy, where it says, study to prove thyself worthy, rightly and acceptable to God. But if we are all God, as it says in Psalms 82, well, I guess then rightly and acceptable to me and you. So there is that.
I agree with everything you said except for the last.
You know, I had to throw it in there.
For the last part, when Psalms 82 is not talking about people, it's talking about the other Elohim.
I know.
Yeah,
I know, but you know the Christians ain't gonna pick
but
up on that.
Think that it's talking about them.
Right. So we'll play their game. I mean, if we're gonna play,
the mystics out there think it's talking about them. It's not. It's talking about the other B'nai Elohim. But I appreciate you. I'm mad at you because you put out some of my points that I was going to make earlier. You know, so
I'm sorry.
When I got somebody who was, no, God is good, but it's all right. They already heard it. It'll be later on. Somebody who ain't heard it, they'll come up, but later on I can utilize it then.
They'll always fall for the trap. That's how you know you can set the same trap multiple times, and multiple little beavers or badgers are always going to step on that trap. Exactly. And you're going to have hides the whole day long. Much love, sir. I would say God bless, but we know that's bullshit. Take her easy.
Let me get some other people up here. Y'all. Yesterday, I could barely get y'all. Jokers didn't want to come up here yesterday. And that day, I'm trying to keep people on a short time because everybody want to come up here today. Jason. Bobby, you over 21? And Bobby disappeared. Bobby was just in. So I'm going in the order to which everybody clicked on as close as I can get. D.
Hello.
How you doing? Are you over 21?
Yes, I'm over 21.
Okay. Are you a believer?
Yes, I'm a believer.
Okay. So, what makes this God better than the devil? That this devil should be the one that Christians fear instead of this God?
Well, this just depends on what are you talking about? Because you talking about Christian doctrine at elementary level, elementary Christian, which goes to a church, believes that there's some being out here causing chaos and havoc because some shiny suit dude that's got an organ playing behind him said so. But you actually read the scriptures, there are several demonic spirits. There are Satan himself, and you look it up in Hebrew, the name means adversary.
Okay.
So
is anyone who's an adversary evil?
No, he's his job. You look at Job, you can see the godly council meeting, and you get a preview of his job. His job is to be the adversary, to try and tempt those who say they have faith in God.
Not necessarily. That is not true. That is a stretch. It is, you are adding attributes to the Satan that actually the God initiated. Because did the Satan come to the heavenly council and make a statement about Job first, or did this God make a statement about Job first?
Well, that's neither here or there.
No, I'm
just talking about his job.
No, that
his
is
job
that
is to try and tempt people. He's only made for that purpose.
Where does it say or indicate that his job is to tempt people? It just says that he's the adversary. He's a Satan. It doesn't say that he was going into the earth tempting people. This guy said, where you been? He said, back and forth from the earth to heaven, to and fro. He didn't say that he was tempting anybody.
Well, his role, and you see it in David when he did the census, and you see it all throughout the Old Testament. There's not just one being, there are several beings that have been given that title. It's not a name, it's a title.
It's a title, but the one in the Job story is the Ha-Satan. He's top dog Satan. But when you say it's in about David, in one instance about David, God tells him to do the census. In another instance, the Satan tells him to do the census. So there's a conflict in there of who told David to do the census in the first place. Then the God punishes David for doing, or punishes the people for David doing the census. So in this situation again, you're saying that this Ha-Satan is demonic. He's just fulfilling a role that this God gave him. Can he do anything outside of what this God tells him to do or gives him authority to do?
Well, that's the thing we disagree on. You're saying this one being is tempting the whole earth and doing this and doing that. I'm not describing it to this one being. I'm saying there are several beings.
At no point did I say it was one being. We were specifically talking about the Job story, which is the Ha-Satan. Yes, there are other beings who take up the title of Satan. When the angel, I forgot the name of the angel who comes to talk to Balaam, he is coming in the position. He is coming in the position of a Satan when he comes to Balaam. Does that make that angel demonic at that time frame?
No, I neither say that. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. We as people have temptation from our flesh and temptation from what calls the world. Do you have enough of that to be worried
What
about?
what does that have to do with the angel coming down and talking and being the Satan to Balaam? Was he the Satan to Balaam?
Yes.
Was he demonic then?
He was an adversary, yes.
Was he demonic?
No, he was not demonic.
Then your statement that the Satan is a demonic entity or position, or multiple of them are demonic, is wrong.
I never said he was demonic.
Yes, you did.
I said he was an adversary. I said there are several beings, demons and Satans out there. They're totally different beings.
Sir, in the beginning of your statements, you said that Satans, and you did say that there were multiple, are demonic. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made the point. But you said they were demonic.
I guess you didn't hear me good, because I would never ascribe Satan as being a demon.
After this whole live is over, I'm gonna clip that part and repost it.
Yeah, you'll see what you say that. I never said that.
So that you can hear, because everybody else in comments are saying yes, you did on Facebook and YouTube, because we heard you say it.
No, I did not.
Okay.
I would never ascribe a duty to a being that's just here to try and tempt people, the people of God. I would never ascribe any attribute to them. Demons are their own beings.
And you're saying that Satans try, and you also said that Satans try to tempt people. What was Balaam tempting? What was he doing to tempt? What was the devil, Satan doing to tempt?
The word Satan means adversary.
I know.
It's being his adversary.
But another thing,
when you being somebody's adversary to try to tempt them to do evil or speak Balaam donkey, Balaam was trying to get money for cursing the children of Israel.
Okay, so the adversary, the angel that came as an adversary, was not trying to tempt Balaam into doing anything evil, right?
Well, he's trying to trick him. He tried to tempt him to speak curses on the children of Israel.
The angel tried to tempt him to speak curses on Israel?
Yes, it's right in the scriptures.
No, sir. No, sir. Balaam was being called by the king to put curses on the children of Israel. The angel came down. He only showed himself up to the donkey at first. The donkey go left and right. Balaam beat the shit out of the donkey. Then the angel said, I was going to kill you, but now I'm talking to you. And then the angel tells him, do not go and put curses on Israel, but put blessings on them, which is then what Balaam goes and does. So it wasn't the angel didn't tempt him to put curses. And he was an adversary.
You got the story all wrong, buddy. Because he tried to put curses, and all he spoke was blessings came out. Remember he did it. He did it several times. Every time he attempted to put a curse on them, he spoke blessings.
So it's Numbers 22 through 24. Don't call me now. Sorry about the phone call. So let me go straight here to this. Now, the Numbers 20 through to 24 is the entire story. Of course, we're not going to read three chapters. Well, 1, 22, 23, 3 chapters. But right off the bat, it says that the king of Moab, and the king of Moab said to the elders of Midian, this horde will now lick up all that is around us, talking about the Israelites, all the oxen of the grass of the field, and the king of Moab at that time. He sent messengers to Balaam, son of Beor, at Pethor, which is on the Euphrates, of the land of Amnon, to summon him, saying, the people has come to Egypt, they are spread all over the face of the earth, and they will settle next to me. Come now, curse this people for me, since you are stronger than I. Perhaps I shall be able to defeat them and drive them from the land. So it is the king of Moab. Can we agree that right here in 22, it says the king of Moab is the one who requested Balaam to come and curse the Israelites, not the angel.
Let me look that up.
Numbers 22, verse 6.
And what translation are you reading out of?
Revised, New Revised Standard Updated Edition.
Oh, no wonder you lost.
Because the King James is the worst translation in creation.
No,
No wonder I'm lost. When King James
you're using the New Revised Standard Bible, right?
Yeah, because it is closest to the oldest text and truer to what the original writing.
And we got that off the internet too.
Oh my gosh, no, because of study. You can look at the King James itself and see where it is problematic. King James, we did that yesterday where we show how King James used scribe intentions to add to the Bible by anything you find in the King James that's italicized. That's the scribe adding to the Bible, adding to your Bible.
Yeah.
King James also changed the meaning of words, like ecclesia doesn't mean church, it means assembly or congregation, but he had to change the church. Your King James is one of the worst versions of the Bible. King James makes Nebuchadnezzar say that the one that was the additional one in the fiery furnace was the Son of God, when it says that actually the words there in Aramaic say he is looks like the son of the God, as plural. Like one of the sons of the God.
You're talking basic theology. That's like Bible school 101.
Well, you obviously, I mean, even.
I'm glad you understand that. Yeah, we know that. Yeah, we know that. That. You sound like you listen to Dan McClellan. So
he is one of the persons that I have listened to.
Yeah,
but before Dan, sir, if you go back to some of my videos before Dan McClellan ever got on the internet, I was already making most of the claims that he makes. So don't even try to go there with that nonsense. But even at that, it is not like Dan McClellan is not a very intelligent man. So I will give him props.
He's a very intelligent man, but you got to understand he adds Mormon idioms to the Bible. He interprets the Bible in light of Mormonism. You got to understand that.
And you got to understand that you're basing your interpretation on a book that has been demonstrated to not be a very good translation long before Dan McClellan started speaking.
That's according to Dan. That's not according to a lot of Bible scholars, because Dan has many scholars that refute him daily.
Why are you focusing on Dan McClellan? I'm talking about the book itself.
Why you keep quoting Dan McClellan?
I'm not quoting, sir.
Debating with Dan McClellan.
Sir, are you saying that me, who has been been doing these videos since 2014, saying some of the same stuff over and over again, that I am quoting someone who just got started over the last couple of years?
That it isn't started last couple of years. Dan has been on the theology circuit for
Dan
a while.
has not been
some of the schools.
Sir. Dan McClellan has not been on YouTube and TikTok except for the last few years.
Yeah. I said the scholarly circuit.
I didn't.
When it comes to your school, they do lectures and stuff like
that.
That's what I'm saying.
Did I say that I was following him in lectures and all that? I ain't never heard of the man until YouTube.
Everything you state, it sounds like the stuff he states. That's what I'm saying.
So what? Does that mean that I have followed him? If I've been doing this if I've deconstructed since I was 37, if I was studying since I was 9, if I started making videos for over 10 years, am I quoting myself and what I've studied, or am I quoting somebody who's brand new and fresh? Which one is it?
I'm just stating you sound like Dan McClellan.
Or maybe Dan McClellan sound like me. You ever thought about that? That's impossible, right? But on to the subject matter here, sir, because I don't need to quote anybody to show you that what you said is wrong. You said that it was the angel who was telling him to go curse the adversary. But clearly here in Numbers, it says that it was the king of Moab who has summoned but summoned Balaam to curse the children of Israel, curse the Israelites. So you're wrong. Do you see it? So your statement of me not knowing the story and saying it wrong, that it was the angel, who's wrong? Are you honest enough to admit that you made an incorrect statement? Because you just made that one. You can't tell me you can't change that one.
Well, I stated that the angel would be an adversary.
An
adversary.
You stated that the angel was an adversary to Balaam and was telling Balaam to curse the children of Israel, but everything that came out of his mouth was a blessing.
No, I know you assume that everything the angel stated.
Sir.
I said that Balaam, wait a minute. I stated that Balaam attempted to curse Israel, but everything came out of his mouth.
You said
we know the angel was being a Satan. We know it.
So did he? What was he tempting Balaam to do? You Balaam, said he was tempting Balaam to curse the children of Israel.
No, he did not.
Oh my!
There you go.
Gosh! Everybody in this chat, did y'all hear him say? What did he say? That they was tempting? That the angel was there to tempt Balaam into cursing Israel? Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered to go and make the statement that no, it was the king who wanted them to be cursed. The only reason I brought that up is because you said it was the angel, and I was correcting you.
I stated the angel that you said is the angel was being a Satan. Our topic was on Satan. And I said the angel was being a Satan.
And you said the Satan tempts people, right?
He said yes. In some cases they do. Wait. In some cases they do. In some cases they're just being an adversary.
Now, in some cases, earlier you said that they are. I can't wait to clip this. Early.
Explain everything.
Sir, don't try to play that. Oh, I thought you were smarter than you are type of psychology. You are running from the state. Sir, you are running. You do, because what I called into question were the exact words that you spoke. And now when I call into the question the exact words that you spoke, you're now trying to run around to something different and trying to change the argument.
So the argument was you sometimes tempt people, try people. Hey, we started from
no, you made that statement. You are the one. I didn't say shit about that. You are the one who made the statement that Satans tempt people. You started that.
What you do?
And when I talked, and then I brought up the case of Balaam. And see, from that statement, I brought up the case of Balaam dealing with an angel who was an adversary. And I asked you, did he tempt Balaam? You said yes. He was tempting him into cursing the Israelites. I said no. He was not the one that he was stopping him from cursing them. It was the king who wanted them cursed. And then you said that I got the. You said don't interrupt me. You said that I got the story wrong, and that I'm not understanding the story, and tried to add a little low intelligence or elementary intelligence insult to it. And then we went to Numbers 22, where I just demonstrated to you that it was not the angel.
Well, see, you on a lower thinking place. I'm telling you, the angel was the adversary. The angel acted like a Satan.
I said I'm the one who brought him up as the Satan in the story, dude.
You're proving my point for me.
No, you know what you are proving? You are proving that when people who think they are intelligent about this Bible cannot be intellectually honest, and once they realize it, they try to laugh their way into thinking that you're such an ignorant person. But really, you're showing your level of ignorance within yourself, and the fact that you are prideful. You can't even admit when you said something.
You're using the term wrong.
Every time I demonstrate to you that you said something wrong, then you try to claim you didn't say it. Right?
I stated the angel was an adversary. He was being a Satan.
And you said that he was tempting Balaam to curse. Excuse me? I didn't hear what you said.
I clearly stated that he was being a Satan.
Mm-hmm.
He can tell, he can try,
See,
or he can manipulate or influence any outcome if the being or the human being allows him to do so.
so are they demonic?
No.
All right,
it's
so
totally different.
So a Satan is not demonic.
No.
Okay, so the Satan in Job wasn't demonic.
So what now?
So the Satan in Job wasn't demonic.
No, he was not. He's a member of the godly council. Why would he be demonic?
I'm not going to go in a circle, but plainly because you said so early. I can't wait to clip this. It's funny stuff. Oh my gosh. Okay. So now you're saying that Satans are not demonic, that Satans are just positions and titles that are held by people, by angelic beings to be adversaries to whatever the situation is that this God desires, right?
Yeah, in the word angels, let's be clear, we're not talking about some man that or some being with wings.
No.
We're just talking about their messengers.
No, I'm not talking about that. I didn't mention it. So then the Satans cannot do anything beyond this God's permission, right?
Exactly.
So then all the people who died and animals and all those sorts of things and everything that happened to Job, all of that was based on God's determining that those things were going to happen to him. So that was on God's orders, right?
Yes. Yes.
And God was right for doing that.
God is sovereign for doing it. Sovereign. We can't dictate what Adonai does.
Yes, I can.
Control Adonai.
I can. I can dictate whether or not that's moral or immoral. So,
well, according to you, in your standard, but according to Adonai, Adonai can do whatever he wants to do.
Well, of course, according to the book. I mean, if I write a book that says that Lorenzo is sovereign over the earth and Lorenzo can do whatever he wants to do on the earth, then if the only justification is the book, then sure, then the book is right. But that's a closed loop argument. It is right because the book say so is a closed loop argument. That doesn't work.
But you're going by human logic. There you go with human logic. And human logic cannot understand what Adonai does and what reason it is.
No, that is an excuse that again is a closed loop argument because the book says that human logic cannot. But yet the books also tell you to continue to learn and gain understanding and wisdom, knowledge, to show yourself approved by learning. But yet you still make your learning by saying that, oh, but you can't lean onto your own understanding and you can't know the mind of God and all this other bullshit. So it's like a endless circle of if you don't agree, then just here's your excuse. If you do agree, then you are learning and being guided by the Holy Spirit.
No, you can read the book. You can read the book for yourself as it's written, or you can listen to modern day pastors. Modern day pastors tell you everything's gonna be good. Everything's gonna be good. Once you read the book, my God, in Acts, people are executed in the books for their faith. People are executed for believing in Jesus. People are executed for not renouncing Jesus in the book.
That doesn't mean that stands to mean nothing.
What faith are you? It all depends on what faith are you clinging to. You clinging to actual biblical faith, what the book says, or actually, are you clinging to what some shiny suit, dude that got an organ playing behind him listening to him?
People being executed for believing or not believing his faith has absolutely nothing to do with the conversation. It has nothing to do with nothing at all, as far as what we're talking about.
Oh, yes, it does. Because again,
people have been executed for every religion.
Like you were saying, you can say, hey, we got children that are sick. I had a relative die unexpectedly. I'm alive unexpectedly. and you can walk away from the faith. But when you read the tenets of the faith, people were unalive all the time for that belief. And Adonai, they were unalive for the belief in Jesus Christ. They were unalive. So it's up to you what the book says, whether you have faith or you don't have faith. Adonai's not begging you to come to him. That's up to you.
So you are making no sense. So people being unalive for believing in this faith, are you saying that makes it true?
No, I'm not.
People being unalive for leaving this faith.
It's part of the cost. It's part of the cost.
It's part of the what?
It's part of the cost. The cost of following Jesus.
The Klaus? Are you saying Klaus or cost?
Cost.
Oh, cost.
You know,
okay.
Jesus said, pick up your cross and follow me.
Oh, cross. Part of the cross.
The cost.
Okay, which one?
C-O-S-T.
Okay, part of the cost. So it's part of the cost. Based on that book, it don't mean shit. You can't demonstrate that this Adonai lives, that he's real. So that's not even what we're talking about today, but you can't even prove that it exists.
Again,
so to go back to what we're actually talking about, I can most certainly judge whether or not this God is a good God or a bad God, is he's right or wrong for what happened to Job. Because a just God divvies out punishment, or just being period, divvies out punishments based on the person's crime. Job committed no crime, according to this book, was said to be an upright and righteous man, but yet was punished by this God. That's evil.
And therein, there we go again. That's part of the walk. I've had challenges myself in my own life, but I still believe because I know God is real.
I call that foolishness. That is not part of the walk. That's just part of life. Life, that same thing that you just claimed that as far as your life happening is the same thing that happens in a Muslim's life, in a Buddhist life, in an atheist life, and any other religious life. That happens in all people's lives. You have your ups and downs. So that is not a justification for the atrocities that this God did in the Job story.
Well, again, you're talking to a guy that was a police officer whose leg was shot off, and who was not raised religious, and called on every God he could, and the only God that healed me was Adonai, was Jesus.
Really, you grew another leg.
So I'm walking right now, sir.
You grew another leg.
No.
When you say shot off, what do you mean by shot off? Like literally shot off?
My leg was useless.
Mm-hmm.
My leg was. I got on duty. I got shot back in 2000 with a hydro shock bullet.
Mm-hmm.
And I have reports from my physical therapist and my disability paperwork, what they were doing for me. I was not raised religious. I'm a former Marine, and I left out of the Marine Corps, and I got into law enforcement, and just one day, just had one unlucky day, and I called on whatever God I could call on, and now I walk in.
And you're talking to a Marine who served in multiple situations of combat. One of the most egregious things is falling from a 4-story building. Tore my ankle to the point where they told me I would never walk or run again. And then still was able to run a PFT, still was able to run the Peachtree Road race, and can still run to this day. And I called upon zero gods. I decided for myself that I'll be damned if this doctor is going to tell me that I will never be able to run again.
Okay. So did your healing happen immediately? Like you went to physical therapist, you know the physical. Well, you said you've been injured too. So you know when we go to physical therapy and they get out the ruler, they measure the movement of the leg and stuff like that. Did yours happen immediately?
What do you mean by immediately? No, neither did yours.
You said you called nobody, but I called on Jesus to heal me.
Dude,
it happened
immediately. You are such full of shit, because earlier you said that you went through physical therapy and all that other stuff. So you trying to say that physical therapy had nothing to do with your leg being healed?
Nothing. Matter of fact, I was deteriorating. I was deteriorating worse. The last time before I went to church. That one time I went to church. The last time I went there, that lady was so concerned about me that she literally had tears in her eyes because I couldn't move my head.
Bruh. Now I'm always say simplify to my fellow devil dog. But in the same way that you're talking, I could then claim, because I remember the day. I remember the freaking day, because it was either you run this PFT or we're going to medically retire you. Because before that day, I couldn't run. But I woke up that morning and I said, fuck this, I'm running this PFT. And I ran my PFT on Bayshore Avenue, Tampa, Florida. And I ran that fucking PFT. Did I run like I normally run, get the score that I normally ran? No. Did I pass? Yes. So I can claim a immediate healing if that's how we're going to justify this thing.
But that's not the same.
Because
what you're saying is I've experienced it before, and I was boots in utero in third phase. I experienced that. I was about to drop. I had no energy. I was about to drop out, and drill instructor came and talked to me and encouraged me, and all of a sudden I felt some strength just came from nowhere, and I finished the race. However, let me be clear with you. Let me be clear with you.
I'm not entertaining this.
I was not a believer.
I'm not entertaining this bullshit.
And the second thing was, I did not. Let's see, a believer would call on Jesus or whoever right after they got shot. I did not call on.
It doesn't matter at that point. Your situation is still the same, because at some point you said you called on Jesus and you were healed. So the same emotional
resort.
It doesn't matter. And me getting up that morning and saying I'm going to run this PFT was a last resort, because I was given an ultimatum. So you had a last resort moment where you emotionalized some energy, and then you got up off your ass and you was able to walk.
That's why you're wrong. Because when I went to church that morning, they prayed for me to be healed. And guess what? I got out of there. When we were getting out of the car, I'm pretty sure if you hurt your leg or something like that, sometimes you make a mistake and you step on the leg and you like in some serious pain, you just fall down. When I was getting ready to get out the car, my wife got out the car. She was getting ready to help me. I forgot what's messed up, and I had done that before, because you're on crutches. Sometimes you forget and you step down, man. That pain right there be something serious. And I forget, so I forgot I was getting ready to do that. Then I didn't say thank you, Jesus. I didn't do all this crazy stuff like this, people do. I just was walking, and then my wife said, "You walking?" I said, "Yeah, I'm walking."
You said that you called on Jesus and then you started walking.
Yeah, I called on him in that church, and I did not get healed in that church. But I got healed as soon as I pulled up to the house. I tried to get out the car, and usually, like I said, your leg messed up. You're on crutches. You're gonna feel that pain. I did not feel any pain, I've been serving God ever since.
You had your faith in this God, and your faith in this God, you are giving the God the claim for your healing. Your mind just got made up that you was just gonna walk. It's as simple as that. You know,
I wish it was.
it is. It is
Hey,
that simple.
hey, come
It's
on.
just like Dr. Spinoza.
Come
He,
on, man.
no,
You're a former brain. You know how we are.
yeah, and I know we are very much strong-minded people in general.
You know how we are. You know we don't give. You know how we are. Friday night, and if you get the bathtub, we load it with ice, and you load it with liquor. You know how we are, man. Come on now.
Anyway, you know what? This is going so far away from the subject matter here, and I don't even want to entertain it no more because you're gonna keep with that line. That's fine, whatever.
Well, I'm just saying, you know how we are. I'm a former Marine. Getting in law enforcement. You know how we are.
We moving. We moving.
Nobody, especially God, about that.
We moving forward. Yes, we do. Them fuckers preach God all throughout the Marine Corps. God, country, Corps, all that bullshit.
Yeah, we go out there Friday night. That just go all out the window because we don't live, boy. We about to do something crazy. Come on.
Okay, let's move forward. I can appreciate the simplify, do or die.
I appreciate you too, man. Good talking to you, man.
All right, good talking to you. I'm clipping this shit though.
You can clip.
I'm clipping all of that shit. That was some bullshit. Let's see if the devil is still on here. The devil. Who the hell am I talking
to? Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Are you over 21?
Yeah, I'm over 21. Yeah.
All right. So
in my
the devil
30s.
said he pleads not guilty.
Yeah,
Sir, for pleading not guilty.
No, I actually want this case to be dismissed. I don't think I've committed a crime yet.
You want the case to be dismissed? On what grounds are you declaring that your case should be dismissed, sir?
Well, the prosecution was saying that temptation is not a crime, and I don't think I've committed any murders compared to the other guy who has genocide on his bill. You know.
The other guy does have genocide on his bill. I don't know now. In America, I think if you do tempt somebody into a crime, you can be held accountable.
No, if temptation is a crime, then Popeyes should be on trial. Then have you seen those commercials? Popeye.
I see what you're saying.
Chicken place.
So, well, you know, people have sued McDonald's for the coffee being too hot.
No.
I see what you're saying. All commercials are tempting you to buy something.
It's temptation.
It's temptation, especially this nasty.
But it's not forcing somebody's hand, yeah.
Right. I can't say, okay, so you didn't, at no point in the Bible can you find where the devil forced anybody's hand to do anything. Right. What about
all I do is offer. I just offer, you know. Mm-hmm. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I know what you're about to say. You just offer people a difference, a choice, right?
Exactly.
What about now? I'm gonna play the prosecutor. I'm gonna play the Satan. What about that boy who was tied up against the rock with a legion of your folks in him, making him break chains and wild out? How do you plead, sir?
You mean like possession?
Yes. Because according to this Bible, you were in there and Jesus had to pull you out, pull your legions out and throw them in, and then they ran into pigs. And then you ran those pigs off a cliff, causing that poor little pig farmer to be even poorer. Gotcha. Oh. I just had to do that.
But
can you wiggle your way out of that?
Can you prove that was me?
Well, they talked to Jesus and they negotiated with Jesus, and he negotiated with them to go into the pigs. So I guess it's not your fault that you went into the pigs, because since Jesus is supposed
I
to be
mean,
born, he negotiated and
I
gave
just
them.
got I just got accused of something.
Mm-hmm.
How do you know? How do you know it was me?
Well, it was your folk. You masterminded the situation of putting the. Why did you put the legion into the boy?
Okay, okay,
It never tells us.
okay. You know when I'm not gonna mention his name, but the other guy helped somebody walk on water, right?
Uh-huh.
And the other guy said, "Hey, it's not me that's doing it; it's your faith that's doing it."
Right.
Right. So it's not really me, it's their faith that's,
Mm-hmm. Okay.
if they believe that they're possessed, then that is their faith that's possessed.
I just messed with you on that one. Because out of all the stories, that's the only thing that is kind of unanswered. Why, they never tell you why the legion was inside the boy. You know, that's it.
Mm.
We never have any indication of that. Now we do have Jesus earlier when they said whose sin caused this boy to be blind, because they thought like that might be blindness was because of some type of sin. And he said that no one's faith caused him to be blind. It's more
Wait,
like,
but didn't the boy got delivered, right?
yeah, he's supposed to
Didn't
got you. Yeah.
But what crime is that? Like what crime am I on?
Uh you're so according to this to the Bible, your crime is that you come to steal, kill, and destroy. So let's take the first one. What did you
But
what
that's
did you
hearsay.
steal? What did you steal?
Nothing.
Yes. What did the devil, according to this Bible, steal?
According to the evidence. You
According
have to
to
say evidence is
yeah, according to
to the
yes,
evidence, yeah.
according to the evidence, what did he steal? Okay, so we can't. So while people are trying to come up with what you stole, also, what did
Mhm.
you? Who did you kill?
No one.
Well, no, you killed some people now.
According to the
You killed Job's kids
who
and servants, right?
according to the evidence.
According to the evidence, well, we're going to say the Bible is the evidence. According to the evidence of the
Okay.
Bible, you killed Job's kids. Come on. There's a response you should have right
How
there. There's a response you should
how
have.
did I ki-
Remember
I
you
don't know the story.
you
What
had
did I do?
no, you had the house collapse on them. You caused a storm to happen, and the house collapsed on them while they was over the older brother's house, having dinner. Come on, you know the answer.
Oh,
Why did you kill Job's kids? Come
what
on.
should I say? Where's my help me? You're also playing the part of my lawyer. Help me. Help me here.
On whose authority did you kill
Oh
Job's?
right. Yeah, I was just taking orders. I was just taking orders.
Ooh, don't say that. You don't say it that way. I was just following orders. They'll hold you they'll hold you for the crime when you say I was just following orders. But
Wait.
so is it true? I'm gonna play your lawyer for a second. Is it
Mhm.
true that because of a bet that this God made with you when you had did you have any
Mhm.
intentions of making a bet with this God?
No.
Was God the one who brought up Job?
Yes.
Did God give you the authority to go and harm everything about Job except for Job?
Yes, exactly. In fact, I was being coerced
You was being
into this crime.
yeah, because you weren't looking for this conversation. God just said, "Hey, where you been?" He pointed you out of all the B'nai Elohim. So
Hmm.
he specifically was targeting you, right?
Yes.
So would you say that God entrapped you?
Yeah,
And in
exactly.
that entrapment, you had to kill Job's kids.
Yes.
Okay. So in truth, you were just doing what God wanted you to do.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. All right. And then as far as destroy, what have you destroyed? What has the devil destroyed?
Compared to the other guy,
Well, in
the other
truth,
guy destroyed the whole world,
the,
flooded the whole world. Like
what
what can
devil
I,
did
in
the devil
comparison?
the only destruction that the devil supposedly did was everything in the Job story. The devil destroyed nothing else.
That's
As
true.
far as the pigs being run off the cliff, that was a negotiation that Jesus agreed to. So there again, it's the devil did not destroy anything. So
I'm actually bad at my job, you know.
yeah,
I just
you
want
are.
to point that out. I'm actually terrible at my job.
Yes, you are.
I just
So
wanted to point that out. I'm not efficient.
you are very bad at your job. If your job is to
Yeah.
kill, steal, and destroy, you are not doing a
Mhm,
very good job of that. You're not doing it very well,
mhm.
sir. If anything, you are your crime is being lazy.
Yeah, 100%.
Yes, because in the Garden of Eden, you didn't lie. If you are the serpent, you didn't lie. Uh,
Mhm,
there is absolutely, according to the Bible, no record of you initiating a war. Even though the Bible claims that there was a war, there's no evidence that would support that you
mhm,
started a war in heaven. Mhm. If your fallen angels, now, if your fallen angels are the ones who came down and had sex with the daughters of men, their children became the heroes of old and the great men of renown. So you didn't, ain't
mm.
nothing wrong there.
I'm not responsible. I'm not responsible for that. I
Well,
can't be.
they didn't do anything wrong. What did they do wrong?
Yeah.
I mean, what wrong came out of it? They were heroes of old, great men of renown. That's a good thing. You make
Mhm,
statues of people like that.
mhm.
So, in truth,
So
go
my
ahead.
motion for dismissal, like what like I'm on. You're having me on one count of, because we
Motion
just
for
established that
dismissal.
I've.
Motion for dismissal. Granted.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate you, man.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Have a good one.
You too.
Motion for dismissal. Granted. The devil is hereby released of his own reconnaissance, since he ain't going around doing shit. Oh damn, I don't know which one of y'all are next on TikTok. I'm just gonna click the top one. I didn't see when y'all came on. I think it goes in that order.
What's up, brother? How you doing?
Pretty good, Ken. How you doing? Are you over 21? You look like it.
I'm 50.
50.
I'm 50.
All right. Are you a believer?
No,
Okay.
I'm on the side with the devil.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to go, as you were saying earlier, it was a serpent, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we know that war in heaven was the grand old serpent who Michael was fighting. That was from the Garden of Eden, right?
No.
Okay, check this out. When Michael was fighting Satan, the dragon,
Right.
right? Satan, the dragon, not the angel. Lucifer was the angel, right? That fell from heaven. Satan was cast out.
You know what? I did say for the sake of this argument, I'm going to let them all be the same. But in truth, they're not the same.
That's all I'm saying, brother. That's
Yeah.
all I'm saying.
Because Lucifer is
Look
not
at
even, Lucifer is the planet, is the planet Venus. It's not even a being.
Right. But in the Bible, you know, they say he has beautiful wings, he had this voice and all that stuff, right? For as Lucifer. But when you say Satan, Satan was the grand old dragon, the great old dragon serpent that was in the Garden of Eden. He's a dragon.
Well, no, see, the dragon that's spoken of in Revelations is different from the serpent in Genesis. They're not even the same.
They saying
Doctrine is trying to say that they're the same.
The doctrine is saying, right? Yeah. That's all I'm saying. Like they trying to say that that's the same serpent that talked to Eve.
Yeah.
That had the voice,
mm-hmm.
and the same dragon when they had to fight,
mm-hmm.
and he had angels.
Right.
He had angels with him that was fighting against Michael. So, like you were saying, that the dragon, the Satan has did nothing to nobody like that. Consider that. Then this is what I want to get into. I'm just gonna throw it out here according to scripture. John 19:25 through 27. Jesus is dying on the cross, right?
Mm-hmm.
His auntie, Mary Magdalene, and his mother. But when he saw the disciple whom he loved, right? I'm just going to stop it right there for a second. Now, let's go back when they got caught in the woods. And Judas kissed them in the mouth to prove that that was what they was going, that's what they was doing out there. And that's why he went to court, because according to Leviticus, no man should lay with each other like that. It's abomination. It's called for a crucifixion. So when they whooped them, Rome, Pilate whooped them, because that's what the romancing do. That's what the Romans do. They weren't tripping, right? They weren't tripping. Next thing you know, the people came out and said, oh no, the Torah said it's called for crucifixion. Pilate washed his hands. So that's what I'm saying. I'm going to go back a little bit further to John 21:20, when Peter looked back and saw the disciple whom Jesus loved with his head laying on his chest, asking him who was his, who was going to betray him. Now, what I'm trying to tell you, Jesus was crucified for homosexuality. He had a boyfriend.
Right. Is that the same part where then the young man was half naked and ran away?
That was his love. That's him. Yeah, because at the dinner table, at the last romantic dinner, he was washing feet and hands and shit, right? And Peter said, no, you ain't just gonna wash my feet, you're gonna wash me from my head to my hands. And we men know how we go use the bathroom, right? Okay then. Okay then. So they was out there having some type of male retreat. That's why they didn't want Mary Magdalene to go. You know what I'm saying? So I just came over here and asked for brother. Like, hey, I got my cowboy hat too. I just got in the bun. I just, but I'm on your side, brother. God gotta go. On the fourth day, he didn't know the difference between night and day. He knew the difference between night and day. This is your son. Where's the other light? God, you put two great lights, and then you seen the night change, and your faith is supposed to be in heaven over the waters looking down, but you seen the sun move. The earth rotates into the vision of the. So how did you? Come on, you can't be doing this. Let us make them in our image. He had a wife, Lily. When you check this out, I'm gonna break this down. I'm gonna go. Anything that comes from your body, right? Your blood, your hair, your teeth, your ribs, that's your offspring. Mm-hmm. That is your offspring. So he birthed a baby, then called it his wife. Really?
Yeah.
You birthed a baby. Anything that comes out of your body is your offspring. So the idiocy of what this God is doing or supposed to be doing, he's guilty of all crimes. You flooded the world with 22.5 feet of water. Nobody couldn't run up the hill. Nobody couldn't. A big old 4 football field in 22.5 feet of water. You drowned the whole world. Really? You could have used a snorkel and lived in 20 feet of water.
Yeah, you could.
There's trees out here taller than that.
But it did say the water covered the whole mountain. Oh, I see.
Which mountain? We got whole lots of mountains.
It said the whole earth, even though it means that word just means the general land mass. It doesn't mean the whole planet. But if you're gonna take it to be the whole planet, then it had to cover Mount Everest. But everything would have died. There's no way anything could, even the boat wouldn't survive above Mount Everest.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, bro, it's a good conversation. I love this topic, brother. Keep doing what you're doing, no matter what they say. But I just put it out there. Yep, Jesus had a boyfriend. He got crucified for it.
I appreciate it. You know what? I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna research that some more because I've done a video about Jesus and that little naked boy in the woods. So that should be interesting. Like I said, I'm going through the TikTok one in the order that I in top to bottom because it looks like that's how they came through. I'm not sure. Hot milk. What is your name?
It's an old username.
What is your name? What is your name? I'm not going to call you Hot Milk.
My name is Velcro.
Velcro?
Velco.
Are you over 21?
Comes from East Europe.
Oh, where about?
Bulgaria.
Oh, I like Bulgaria. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Where? Well, Bulgaria. So you're in Germany or Austria?
No, I'm in Canada.
Oh, wait, Bulgaria. Bulgaria is not a country by itself. That's a region, right?
Bulgaria, it's a country.
So why, when I lived in Germany, they said that we were in Bulgaria?
It could be the German language. It could be some missing.
Well, they call that southern Germany. They call it Bulgaria.
I'm unsure, but Bulgaria is a country.
Oh, yeah, it is. It's a country in the Balkans. Well, I'll be damned. I never made it that far. Yeah. Okay, my bad. Okay, glad. Oh, look, beautiful architecture.
Yeah. Especially the beaches. They're quite nice.
Oh, wait a minute, that's on the Black Sea, isn't it?
Yeah, it's on the Black Sea.
Got to go to Bulgaria because I got to touch the water. I have a plan in life to touch every major body of water. So Bulgaria or Romania. So I do both. So I could just do both of them. Okay. So you're over 21?
Yes, I'm over 21.
Okay. All right. Good. And you say, are you a believer?
Yes, I'm a believer. I'm a Catholic.
Okay. So you're Catholic. And
so
go ahead. You have a prepared statement, it sounds like.
I'd like to go back to the story of the serpent and how you say that God lied. However, if we go to Genesis,
wait a minute. Somebody just corrected me. I was thinking of Bavaria. The German region is Bavaria, yeah. So not Bulgaria. Thank you, Tithing Windmill, for correcting me on that. But thank you. Okay, so sorry. Start again.
No worries. So I'd like to go to your statement that God lied when he said, if either Adam or Eve, if they ate the apple, Adam and Eve, they would die, correct?
Mm-hmm.
However, they didn't die.
Yep, they didn't.
Correct?
Yep.
But if we go to Genesis 3:21, we see that unto Adam and also to his wife did the Lord God make coats of skins and clothed them.
Okay.
And then we see later in the Old Testament that sacrifices were used as a way to not incur God's punishment directly on the people.
So are you saying that God sacrificed an animal and that animal sacrifice saved them from their destiny
by their sin? Yes.
So you're saying that God didn't lie. He just changed his mind and decided to offer a sacrifice to himself in order to forgive them for their sin?
I wouldn't say changed his mind, but yes, he did use an animal sacrifice.
So if you wouldn't say change his mind, what would you say he did?
Well, he knew the fact that they would eat the apple, right? But then he had mercy on them and didn't kill them for their trespasses.
So if you know that they're going to eat the apple, why would you even set up the scenario telling them not to eat it? That doesn't make sense.
The ability to both do good and bad, that ties into free will, does it not?
No. No.
Adam and Eve.
Well, it's the knowledge of good and evil, not the ability to do good and evil. So Adam and Eve could have been doing things that would have been considered good or evil, but yet lacked the knowledge to know if their actions were good or evil. So it doesn't tie into the ability. Because Adam could have slapped Eve, right? Before they ate from the tree.
Yes, and that's a fault by Adam, because Adam was put as the protector of Eve.
But would Adam have known that that was an evil thing to slap Eve before eating from the tree?
In this case, no, because he would be preventing her from sinning, from eating the apple, the original sin.
And no. I'm just saying in general. They in the garden, they just sitting around. He just slaps her for no reason whatsoever, just because he felt like it. Slap her. Would Adam have known, and Eve, would Adam or Eve have known that that was a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, if Adam slapped Eve, was it something God commanded?
I'm just saying, if Adam slapped Eve or Eve slapped Adam, and they just sitting in the garden and no reason, they just looked at each other and slapped each other. Before eating from the tree, would they have known if that was good or evil?
They would know it's bad because they weren't listening to the.
How would they?
Would it not?
How would they know it's bad if they haven't eaten from the tree yet? Eating from the tree gave them the knowledge of good and evil. Right? They didn't know the difference between good and evil until they ate from the tree, right?
Yes.
So if they haven't eaten from the tree yet, and Adam and Eve slapped each other, how would they have known whether their actions? How would they have known if their actions were good or evil?
Well, their basis here would be if God had approved of it. If Adam were to start eating the animals, he would know it to be not good, because God had commanded both Adam and Eve to only eat the vegetables and the fruits.
How would he know? Even though God had just commanded them, had told them that he gives them all the trees and everything to eat from, he still wouldn't have known that it was a bad thing because he did not know the difference between good and evil. You understand? If you don't know the difference between good and evil, then how could you ever know if anything was bad or good? You see the problem here?
I mean,
you can't know.
If you, with a little child, I'm sure you know. I'm sure you've told them not to do stupid things, right? Don't put the fork in the electric outlet. Don't do this. Don't do that. However, do they understand why?
Of course not.
So they're going off of what you say because you are the authority. You are the higher authority.
Right. But, okay, so now I may have given my children instructions to not put things into the electrical sockets, right?
Right.
But I did not, when they were, say, 18 months old, I didn't give them instructions of not going outside of the house without a parent. If my child decided out of their own curiosity to go outside without a parent, are they disobeying me because I never gave them instructions to do it or not do it? So would they know it's good or evil? Because this God never gave Adam and Eve instructions on a lot of things that were possible for them to do, like slapping each other. Because God never gave Adam authority to say that you are to protect Eve. nor gave Eve authority to protect Adam, nor did he command them to protect each other, or to hit each other or not hit each other. There's nothing in there about that. So that leaves them having a slap fest ambiguous. It's wide open. To do whatever you can do it because you never got a command for it or not for it. So again, if Adam and Eve had a slap fest, would they know if it was good or evil?
Well,
it's a yes or no. They either would know or they wouldn't know. But with them not eating from the tree, how could they know?
Well, in the case of eating from the tree, they were given direct instructions not to.
Right. And they were given direct instructions not to do it. And the reason why they were told that they shouldn't eat from it, because they said that because he said they would die in that day. Right. So so first, to go back, the answer is no. You don't want to say it, but the answer is no. They wouldn't know the difference between good and evil. So they would not know that slapping each other is a bad thing. So that's the answer that you don't want to say. I know it's hard to admit that, but that's the answer. Right.
I'm new to theology. Apologies.
Okay. But I mean, you don't have to be new to theology to critically think through it. The answer is no. If God neither gave them instructions for or against it, based on your description there, they have a slap fest, they would not know that was a bad thing. They would just know it's a thing. They would know the results of the thing, but then they would still not know it was a bad thing. So I'll move on to the tree aspect of it. He gave them the information of don't eat from this tree because you will die the day that you eat it. Just because he decided and changed his mind and gave a sacrifice doesn't mean that he is not lying, because the reason he killed the animals was not a sacrifice for them to be forgiven for the sin, because sacrifices haven't been installed yet. The sacrifice was simply to clothe them because they only had some fig leaves on.
However, it said skin, thus implying animal. So how would you get skin from an animal without killing it?
Well, no, God killed the animal. I'll agree with you. He killed an animal. But it doesn't say that he killed the animal to forgive them of their transgressions. He says that he killed the animal to provide clothing for them instead of fig leaves.
It said and clothed them.
What'd you say?
Not to. It says and clothed them, not to clothe them.
Right. It says, and God, the Lord God, made garments of skin for the man and for his wife, and clothed them. Right. So it's not a sacrifice for their sins of disobedience. It's a sacrifice to clothe them. You see what I'm saying? There's nothing that suggests in this story that it was a sacrifice for their sins. That is Levitical modernization of the Genesis story. And what I mean by that, it is at the time frame of the Levitical writer. You're taking the time frame of the Levitical writers, and then you're applying it to the Genesis story as if the Genesis story would have the same voice as the Genesis and Levitical story would have the same voice, but they just truly don't, because the writers of Genesis, they're not writing at the same time as the writers of Leviticus. So Leviticus is trying to justify God not killing them, God lying, and them not dying on that day. And in all honesty, you're the first person I ever heard that tried to use that argument. But the argument is not sound. Because if he was forgiving them, then he would say that he's forgiving them. Because what the serpent calls out is the fact that you will not die in this day. And they did not die in that day. So how did the serpent know? So the serpent is all knowing and knowing that God wasn't going to, that he was going to make a sacrifice for him. You would then have to jump to that conclusion as well. Would you not?
However, you have to take into the fact that the devil Satan was one of the archangels. He was Lucifer.
No, he's not.
Right?
The serpent is not. The serpent was created in the garden after Adam. And if you are saying that he was an angel, the angels were created before Adam. Right?
Okay.
So when you look at Genesis, go back to Genesis. I believe it's going to be in chapter 2. Right? Where it says that, where's the garden? Where is it? You made freely. Then, okay. So verse 18, then the Lord God said that it is not good for man that he should be alone. I will make him a helper, and I will make him a helper as his partner. So out of the ground, the Lord formed every animal of the field and every bird of the air and brought them to the man to see what he would call them. And whatever the man called them, every living creature that was named, man gave a name to all the cows, the birds of the air, and every animal of the field. But for the man, there was not a helper as his partner. So the creation of all the animals in Genesis 2 was to see which animal will be a helper for man, a helpmeet for man. Then in Genesis, the beginning of Genesis 3, now the serpent was more crafty than any other wild animal that the Lord God had made. So the serpent was an animal that was created in Genesis chapter 2. The so-called story of the war in heaven and the angels and all that stuff, that's before this guy was ever, before the serpent was ever created. So you see how the serpent is not a pre-Eden creation.
But then how would you rectify the fact that God said that that the serpent's head would be crushed? Was he implying literally the snake, the serpent?
Say that the serpent's head would be crushed.
Yes.
And that is, where does it say his head will be crushed? I think I know
Genesis 3:15.
It says that I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your offspring and hers. He will strike your head, and you will strike his heel. Right? So this is just saying that between the children, the woman and her children, they will fight each other, because the serpent is going to. That's like saying that why is the heel of every person? The heel of every person then should be struck by a serpent.
I would go to Genesis 3:14 as well. And the Lord God said unto the serpent.
This the Lord God said to the serpent, because you have done this, cursed are you among all the animals and among all the creatures. Upon your belly you should go, and the dust you shall eat, which we do know that serpents don't eat dust. All the days of your life. I will put enmity between you and the woman. So the you is the serpent and the woman. And between your heirs and hers. So between the offspring of the serpents and the offsprings of the woman's children, he will strike your head, meaning the offspring of the woman will strike the head, and you will strike his heel. The serpents will strike the heel of their offspring.
Yes. So now if we take this verse, it shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel. Now we go to the story of Jesus Christ. He beat death, correct?
He beat what?
He beat death with his resurrection.
Sure, if you accept the resurrection, he beat death. He
Okay.
yeah, he died supposedly and was in the grave for 3 days.
He descended into hell, and then after 3 days, he ascended to heaven. Okay.
Well, he ascended into hell. There is arguments against that. So in first century, and pretty much second century, the Jewish idea of the afterlife is you went to either Abraham's bosom or you went to Abaddon. According to one of the writings of Peter, that's claimed to be Peter, he went to and spoke to the prisoners. So we can assume that they're meaning Abaddon.
Yes.
In another version, he went and released all the saints from Abraham, but then that would be Abraham's bosom. So he went to the first century Jewish idea of the afterlife, not the Christian idea of the afterlife.
Well, what's the Christian idea of afterlife, if I may ask?
Well, the Christian idea of the afterlife is actually in conflict. The Christian idea of the afterlife is that there is heaven with God in the presence of God, and then there is the lake of fire. So there is no Abraham's bosom or Abaddon where the two people can communicate with each other, because in the Abaddon and Abraham's bosom, there's a gulf. Because remember, in the parable that Jesus spoke of,
Yes.
the rich man was asking Lazarus if he could reach over the chasm and give him a drop of water. So, what you see here is the first century Judaism has taken on the Greek idea of Hades, which everybody goes into Hades, the underworld, but there are different levels within Hades. Like there's Elysium, and then there's Tartarus. So everybody's down there. So that's the first century version of it. Christian version is there is the lake of fire, where all the demons, the beast, and the angels, the rebellious angels, and all the people whose name is not found in the book of life, that's where they will go. And then everybody else will be in the presence of God. But none of that happens until Jesus returns.
Okay. Give me a second. I'm getting the verse.
Right. But this is why some Christians believe in soul sleep, because Jesus also said that the dead know nothing. They have no idea what's going on in our linear time frame. And this is why the seas will give up their dead, the graves will give up their dead when he supposedly returns. So this is where the ideas of soul sleep come from.
I'm unfamiliar with soul sleep. I assume it's something based in America. Soul sleep.
It is more of an evangelical type of. Well, actually, you got mixtures of it in various denominations, and the majority of people that I've heard talk about that are Americans or countries that have been influenced by American missionaries. But not all Americans agree on it. That is very debatable, even in America, because Jesus and see, here's the thing about Jesus even going down into Sheol. That's a conflict within the Bible. When Jesus is with the thief on the cross, he tells the thief, on this day you will be in heaven with me. So based on that, Jesus didn't go into Sheol. He went straight to heaven. The thief went with him. So he never went there. So what later authors are writing about him going into the talk to the prisoners or talk to the saints, he went straight to heaven. Now, unless he went to heaven to deliver the thief, and then he went down there on maybe day 2, but there's no indication of that. So there's a conflict even with where Jesus went.
But the fact is, he beat death.
Okay. So he beat death. What does that have to do with the crushing of the bruising of the serpent's head and the biting of the heel of man?
Well, would God be talking straight to a serpent, to just an animal who could talk, saying this?
Would God? Okay, I'm not understanding your question. According to the story, he is talking to a serpent that can talk. Is that your question?
Would I can take your statement on. We know that serpents don't eat dust, right?
Yep.
So would God say that you shall eat dust all the days of your life, fully knowing that snakes don't eat dust, unless he was referring to something else within the snake, within the serpent, or the serpent itself?
Before I give a real answer, what could he possibly be what could he be speaking about as far as him eating dust?
He could be talking to Satan or Lucifer, but that can be used interchangeably with Jesus.
Well, Lucifer is the planet Venus, so that's a totally different scenario.
Why
But
do you say he's the man on Venus?
Because that is what Isaiah and Ezekiel are referring to. They're talking to the king of Tyre in Isaiah, the king of Babylon in Ezekiel, and they are drawing they are using the fact that Venus is called the morning star as a metaphor of how Venus falls when the sun rises. And so they're using the planet Venus as a metaphor. So they're not talking, and like I said, they explicitly are talking to the king of Tyre in Isaiah, and Ezekiel is explicitly talking to the king of Babylon and talking about them. It's not talking about any angelic being. So in the 3rd, 4th century, they had a problem. People were asking these questions, and so the church created the doctrine that the serpent, Satan, Lucifer, the dragon were all one being. The Bible doesn't say that. The church decided that to clear up confusion, so that people will stop asking questions. And back then you couldn't question the church or you'll be killed. Kind of like if you question the church too much today, you'll be declared a heretic, and you'll be excommunicated. So no, Lucifer is not the devil.
However, if you're referring to the 3rd and 4th century, and then even before that, there was a lot of Christian persecution.
Okay, what's that got to do with Lucifer?
If your statement was that if you questioned the church back in the 3rd and 4th century, you would be what were your words?
Excommunicated.
Killed?
Yeah, killed or excommunicated. It's not until the 4th century that the church gets the backing of the military power of Rome. Anything prior to that, Rome was the power. So Rome was doing the persecuting of Christians.
Yes.
So you could question the church. And the reason why Constantine did the Edict of Milan in 313 was to legalize Christianity. And then the Council of Nicaea in 325 was to stop all the arguing amongst Christians and to formalize Christians under Roman authority. Once it got formalized under Roman authority in 325, the church now had the power of Rome working for it instead of the power of Rome that had been working against it prior to 313.
I would disagree on your point that only after Christianity had been legalized by Constantine, it had gained power. If you look at Christianity's expansion throughout the world, you can see that it was spreading quite rapidly, especially within the Roman Empire.
Which is why Constantine legalized it. But prior to that, the church didn't have authority to kill anybody who went against it. They were fighting each other. So you had like Valentinians fighting the Orthodox, the Marcions fighting the Orthodox, the Gnostics fighting. So they was all fighting each other based on different interpretations of the Bible. And that disruption, after Constantine reunified the Roman Empire, that disruption was causing problems within the Roman Empire. So Constantine legalized it. And then his mother became Christian. Well, she might have already been Christian. So, and Constantine and Maxentius had Christians in their armies. So they definitely wanted to legalize it because some of their military garrisons had Christians within it. But prior to that, Christianity was still considered a cult religion, and they were fighting against each other. And that's one of the reasons why they were. And then because they were small, this is why some of the persecution actually happened. They were small. Well, they were small, and then they wouldn't worship Caesar.
Yes, they wouldn't recognize him as emperor,
Right.
as God, basically.
But they had no governmental military authority until after 325. And then they got a real big push in 381 when Theodosius the First decided, or Theodosius the Second, or the first, one of them, decided that he was going to be Christian and make the entire Roman Empire Christian. So yeah, they didn't have any power before Constantine. So really, before the 4th century, they didn't have to do anything. It was after that they gained power. But where does this fit with the crushing of the head, and the bruising of the head and the bruising of the heel?
Well, you put the Nicene Council as like this. How do I say this? As this event within Christian history where all these questions were given answers that weren't, how do I say this, complete.
Yeah, it was after the Nicene Council. See, the Nicene Council was the beginning of the control mechanism, the full control mechanism of Christianity. Prior to that, people were arguing about who was the serpent, who was Lucifer, who is the beast, who is the Leviathan, who is the Satan. And most Christians at that time frame viewed them as separate entities, but the Orthodox viewed them as the same entity. In order to, once Christianity became organized, the Council of Nicaea served two purposes: organize Christianity and what doctrines that they're going to follow. And the primary doctrine that they were concerned about at that time frame was the Trinity. Now, for the next 25 years until the canonization, the next 25 years, they argued other points, and that point being included as one, until the canonization happened around 369. After 369, there were still arguments about these entities, and things then began to become solidified, in the 5th century and 6th century. And these are just doctrinal changes. And one of those changes was to group all those entities as one being.
Yes.
So your idea of the head of the serpent, the ankle, the heel of man, what is your? I'm still looking for the point there that you're making, as far as because that is coming from when I said the serpent would then have known that this God was going to allow a sacrifice to forgive them for his disobedience. The serpent would have had to know that in order for this God to not be lying about they're going to die in that day, for the serpent to make the statement that this God knows that you will become like us and you will not die in the day that you eat from it.
Well, the explanation here is that the serpent is the devil. Do you agree that there is a dragon who, in Revelations, who swept up a third of the stars in the sky?
In Revelations, there's a dragon whose tail knocked down a third of the sky. That dragon
Yes.
and the serpent are not the same being, because the serpent is not the devil. We've already went through how the serpent was created in the Garden of Eden. Remember that part in Genesis 2? Remember Genesis 2, it says that God made every beast of the field and brought them to Adam for Adam to name. And then in the beginning of Genesis 3, it says that, and of all the the serpent was the most crafty the serpent was more crafty, meaning the other animals must have been talking, but more crafty than any other wild animal that the Lord God had made. So the serpent was one of the wild animals, beasts of the field, that this God had made. The serpent is not the devil, unless you're saying the angelic beings are wild animals that God had made.
Well, I would find that that if I say that Satan is the serpent, is that would also imply me saying that the other other fallen angels are how do I say this, are other wild animals. I feel that's a bit of a straw man, right?
Well, you say it's a bit of straw man, but that's what it says, right? That's a logical conclusion. If you're going to conclude that the serpent is the devil, yet the serpent is one of the wild animals that this God made, then are the other wild animals also angels?
We would have to go to what the devil was. We can establish him as one of the archangels, right? I believe Satan was the archangel of the worship of God, if I'm not mistaken.
And where do you get the idea that he was one of the angels of God? Because Revelation speaks of something that's happening later on that hasn't happened yet. Well, the believers in Revelations thought that it would happen during the time frame of their lifetime, so first century. But if you look at it in this dispensationalism that people utilize today, that Revelations hasn't happened yet. So as far as the fallen angels, that hasn't happened yet. And when the Revelations talk about the dragon of old, it's not talking about the serpent in the garden. It's talking about the Leviathan in Job. It's talking about that serpent. And the Leviathan certainly is not the serpent in the garden. They're not talking about Genesis in Revelation. They're talking about Job's Leviathan. When God said that he created the Leviathan and only he can slay the Leviathan, that Job can't do it.
Pardon? What about Job?
So the great dragon of old is the Leviathan spoken of in Job, which the Leviathan is when God is yelling at Job, telling him that he created the Leviathan, Job, that God created the Leviathan, that only God can slay the Leviathan, and that Job can do jack against the Leviathan. So even in that story in Job, he's saying that only God can slay the Leviathan. So not even Michael can slay the Leviathan.
I believe you have a bit of a name mix-up here. I believe the word used for Leviathan was behemoth, if I'm not mistaken.
But it's still the same being. Leviathan, behemoth, dragon, it's still the same. Revelations is talking about that creature in Job. It's not talking about
well, the creature talked about in Job, correct me if I'm wrong, but God says that its bones are like steel. Its tail is like a cedar.
Yeah.
Yes. I believe you can get the verse. Can you be on your how do I say this? On your statement that that Jesus had a boyfriend. Do you love your
That's not my
your brother?
That's not my statement.
Yeah. No. I'm referring to Kenny B. I wouldn't mind if you allowed him here.
No, I don't do that.
Okay.
Now there are some scholars who disagree with that that the behemoth in Job is different than the dragon. So I will give you that. But the Leviathan, neither the Leviathan nor the serpent, nor the Leviathan, nor the behemoth, nor the dragon is talking about the serpent. The serpent in the garden is because the serpent cannot be the devil, nor can it be Satan.
I would like to bring you Revelation 12:9. The great dragon was hurled down, that ancient serpent called the devil or Satan, who leads the world astray. He was hurled to the earth, and his angels with him.
That's in Revelations, right?
Yes.
When is Revelation supposed to happen?
It's supposed to happen in the future.
Right. So how can the serpent be the fallen angel if it hasn't happened?
Well,
and let me correct myself. Behemoth, the behemoth and the Leviathan are not the same. The Leviathan is the great dragon. Is who they're talking about. The Leviathan. The behemoth is a totally different creature. So let me be correct.
Yes.
But the Leviathan is the great dragon that's spoken of in Revelations, not the behemoth.
Yes.
All right. So we got two different things. So in that case, there's still Revelations is not talking about the serpent in the garden.
But then how do you rectify the fact that it says that ancient serpent called, past tense, the devil or Satan? And then if you look at the tense, he was hurled to the earth and his angels with him, and the great dragon was hurled down. Even if these are in the future, the past tense still applies.
But the serpent was never at war with this God and brought a third of any angels with him. The serpent was a beast that was created in Genesis 2. Was the serpent created in Genesis 2?
I would say no.
So you're saying that Genesis 2 is lying then?
I wouldn't say that Genesis 2 is lying. I'm saying that there's more nuance behind it, because if Genesis 2, if we take your literal definition of Genesis 2, then all snakes would be like this, would they not?
All snakes do crawl on their belly.
But would they be more crafty than other animals?
Snakes are very okay, so if you look at it from a modern perspective of what we know about animals, then you would have to say no. But when you look at it from the perspective of the writers of the Bible at the time frame that they're writing Genesis, which it was an oral tradition that started being written down in around 800 BCE and then wasn't completed in all of its edits until around 400 BCE, then for their perspective, the snake would be one of the most craftiest animals on the planet. But they also, many cultures venerated snakes in those days as well, just as snakes are venerated in Moses and in the New Testament, where it says you will take up serpents and they will not bite you. Their poison will not kill you. But Moses puts a serpent on a staff to cure people who got bitten by vipers. So
yes,
snakes played multiple roles within the Bible itself. So what I'm saying is that you can't look at it you can't modernize it and say that snakes aren't the most craftiest animals on the planet today, because we know more than the writers of the Bible. I mean, if that was the case, one of the most craftiest animals, and I was just watching this last night, is an octopus. They smart as shit. They may not even be from this planet, the way they act. But octopus are smart as hell. But octopus aren't mentioned in the Bible at all. Because maybe they just didn't know about an octopus back then. But the serpent, according to the Bible, God said so you don't think that God made all those animals on that, when he said he made all of them from the ground to present to Adam? What other nuance is there to that? What's the other nuance to this God making the animals?
Well,
And I mean, what's the other nuance? If you make the claim that there are other nuances, you have to be able to state what those nuances are.
well, if we take your how do I say this, literal definition of a snake, right, and how the serpent was. I'm gonna quote my KJV. I'm sure you have problems with it, but it's the Bible which I have paper access to. You know, the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which the Lord God had made, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then we see than any beast of the field.
What's your nuance of that? Because yes, King James is a horrible translation, but but the actual, when from the Septuagint, it says that now the serpent was more crafty than any other animal that the Lord God had made.
I'll go to the original Greek. Give me a second.
Oh, you read Koine Greek?
No, but Bible Hub gives
Bible Hub.
Yeah, it's in Hebrew, not Koine Greek.
Yeah.
Yeah, the how do I say this? The word used for field or land does mean field or land. Now, if we go to the Strong,
Oh, you just picking all the horrible translations.
this is the original Hebrew.
Yeah, but the Strong's is terrible. I would use the Oxford Encyclopedia over the Strong's. Strong basically tries to validate the Strong's tried to validate the King James. When you look at it in the Hebrew, it says, now the serpent was the shrewdest of all the wild beasts that God had made.
Okay.
So the only difference in word is shrewdest, which
Okay.
RSV uses the word crafty.
I feel for the sake of both of us, I feel we're getting nowhere going into the ancient Hebrew, where the original meaning of it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, because there's no connection between the serpent and Satan or the devil. And Satan and the devil are even two different people. They're not the same either. The New Testament just claims them to be. in Revelations, but it's not. The New Testament is violating what the Old Testament is saying. It's contradicting it, I should say.
So how would you rectify Revelation 22, where it says he sees that dragon, that ancient serpent who is the devil and Satan, and bound him for 1,000 years?
Well, like I said, they are referring to the Leviathan spoken of in Job as far as the dragon. They are then claiming that Satan and the devil and the dragon are the same. But all indications from the Old Testament, Satan is a title, not a specific being. It just means an adversary. And the devil is just a created idea of evil personified that they most likely picked up from their Persian captors. They were vassals of the Persians, but from that they learned from the Persians, because it wasn't until Judaism was under Persian authority that they developed their true monotheism based on the ideas of a one good God, one supreme God, and one evil deity of the devil. Prior to that, there is no devil. There is no concept of a devil. So the Old Testament doesn't speak of a devil at all.
How would you rectify Isaiah 27:1? In that day the Lord with a sore and great and strong sword shall punish Leviathan, the piercing serpent, even Leviathan, that crooked serpent, and he shall slay the dragon that is in the sea.
That is reconciled by the fact that during Isaiah, they were under Assyrian and then Babylonian control. Based on the Assyrian and Babylonian religion, there's a dragon, there's a great dragon that really don't like man and want to kill man, and the gods fought against that dragon. Marduk specifically fought against the dragon of Tiamat, and from that dragon, Tiamat, Marduk created the earth. What they are doing is borrowing from the Babylonian story when they wrote that in Isaiah. And you say this is Isaiah 21? So Isaiah 21, 27? So Isaiah 27 is most likely written at the tail end of the Babylonian captivity into the Persian release. So they are writing based on what they had learned from the Babylonians, what they had adopted into their religion, from the Babylonians. And that is the tale of Tiamat and Marduk. But yet and still, it does not connect to the serpent in the garden. Nor does it really, and so Revelations is just referring to the Leviathan in order to connect it to the Old Testament, but changing the meaning. And that changes to fit their modern day perspective during the 2nd century when Revelations was written.
I don't believe it was 2nd century Revelation was written. I believe it was 1st century, because I don't believe John would have lived that long.
Because John the disciple didn't write it. John on the island of Patmos did not write Revelations. But Revelation most certainly is a 2nd century creation.
On your point on how the Israelites took from the Babylonians, the Israelites were under Babylonian rule from 597 BC to 538 BC, correct?
Not exactly. Not exactly. It's not 70 years. They was only on Babylonian captivity for like 48 years. But I don't think that's a major point. So yeah, they were under Babylonian captivity. What point are you aiming at?
Well, I would argue the fact that scholars believe that the book of Isaiah, before 40 were written between the 8th and the 5th century.
That it was written before? No. The consensus is that it was written during the Babylonian captivity. Some of it was written during Babylonian captivity. Some of it was written after the Babylonian captivity. They actually break it into separate parts. The same with Ezekiel. This is why he gets the tail end of his prophecies. They end up being wrong. And so the Babylon didn't conquer Jerusalem until 586. All right. And then they were allowed to leave by Cyrus in 538. Now, Babylon started conquering the region in 597, but Jerusalem wasn't conquered to 586, which pushed the Babylonian captivity more around, what is that, 48 years? So that makes Jeremiah's prophecy wrong and Isaiah wrong. But
which prophecy? The verses you cite.
I'm sorry, what was that? The 70 years of captivity is wrong.
The how many years in captivity? 70 you mentioned?
No, about 48. And at best 59. So those, yeah, so it wasn't 70 years. Isaiah does not prophesize the birth of Jesus. Isaiah is talking about a woman who has already given birth or who is already pregnant. And he is talking about King Hazaz defeating his enemies during that time frame.
Okay. So Isaiah wrote that that in one of the prophecies, this child would eat curds and honey. Are you familiar with the context behind curds and honey?
Honestly, the context behind curds and honey doesn't even matter, because he's saying to King Ahaz that before this child, that this woman has already given birth, or this woman is pregnant or has already given birth, and that before the child knows how to choose good and refuse evil, you will have conquered your enemies. So he's giving a prophecy that is to be fulfilled during the reign of King Ahaz. That has nothing to do with Jesus.
However, the context behind curds and honey is that they were foods of the poor. Was Jesus born into a poor family?
No, he was not. Jesus' daddy Joseph was a carpenter, he was some type of carpenter slash stonemason. Carpenters and stonemasons in that time frame were not poor. They would have been considered to be the middle to upper middle class because of their craftsmanship. The fact that the story in Matthew says that he was able to travel to Egypt without papers indicates is something that's indicative of stonemasons back in that time frame were some of the few people who can travel from country to country without having paperwork from the king or the bureaucracies, because their skill set put them in great demand. These were very well paid people. We see the same thing in Egypt, where the stonemasons and builders of temples and pyramids were very well paid people, oftentimes given high level burials. So he was not poor.
However,
You love that word, however, don't you? So, however is so you when you say however, basically what you're saying is, even though I ain't got a leg to stand on, I'm going to create something to stand on.
Joseph died early, didn't he, within Jesus's life?
We have no idea when Joseph died. He's just written out of the story. There is nothing that indicates when Joseph died. And Jesus was a carpenter stonemason.
Well, wouldn't he have been mentioned in the story?
No.
If he was still alive?
No, because they wanted the story to focus on Jesus. Joseph was just a plot device character. Joseph is not a main character in this story. Hell, his mother Mary is barely mentioned in the story. You hear about Mary in the beginning when he's born, and his early adolescence in Luke, but then you really don't hear much about Mary until there's the wedding. Then there's the resurrection time frame. You don't hear much about his mom. Other than James, you don't hear nothing about his other brothers and sisters either. So they're just plot devices whenever needed. So Joseph was a plot device that was needed in the beginning of the story. He was not needed in the rest of the story. So we don't have any information about Joseph, about when he died. If anybody claims that he died early, that sounds more like a church tradition than an actual anything that's actually in the Bible.
I see where you're coming from. I have no objections to that. I'm not well versed in this.
Sorry.
However, I feel you're an atheist, right?
You would be correct, which has no bearing on my understanding, though. But go ahead.
How do you say this? You subscribe to the Big Bang Theory?
Portions of it.
Which portions?
So many believers think that the Big Bang Theory is the creation of the universe. The Big Bang Theory is not the creation of the universe. It is only the creation of our known universe, prior to us more recently realizing that there have been other singularities that has happened within a larger universe. So it is merely just our known universe creation, not the universe creation.
So then, by your logic, the universe would be eternal, correct?
The universe is eternal, yes.
However, are you familiar with the second law of thermodynamics?
I'm very familiar with it.
That all matter would turn to entropy or disorder.
Yeah. And we can see that when we look into the furthest reaches of our known universe, we see the entropy as the universe has expanded.
Okay. So if there's a point of expansion, then that means that there is a start point, correct?
Yes, which is the singularity.
Singularity meaning,
The Big Bang.
okay.
A point where all this mass and energy came to one point, and then once all that mass and energy came to that one point, once it held as much as it could possibly hold, reached a breaking point, and then explode outward.
Okay.
Now notice I said as it attracts all this energy and matter, that means that, to go back to the law of thermodynamics, energy can neither be created nor destroyed. It is always just transmuting from one form to another form. So all the energy and mass from something that was prior to our existence, all that energy and mass was already present within the universe and it exploded outward. This singularity is not the only singularity that has ever happened, because we see galaxies colliding with one another, which would indicate that other singularities had to have occurred to cause that galaxy to be moving in the direction that it moves in order to collide with another galaxy. Because all things emanating from one point, all of them would go outward, and there would be no collisions within that known universe. So another galaxy would be from another singularity. And all of this is happening within a larger universe, which is happening within a larger universe, a larger universe, a larger universe, which goes on to infinity, which is why I say that the universe is eternal, because also matter cannot be created. So the biblical view goes against the law of thermodynamics, because it is saying that out of nothingness, God created. Well, the doctrine says that out of nothingness, God created. The thermodynamics says that there's always been matter, it's just transmuted from one to another. So there's never been anything of nothingness. And if you look at what the Bible says, the Bible doesn't say that this God created out of nothingness. Creation began out of something that was already there when you read Genesis 1:1 correctly.
So then you would subscribe to the creation from Genesis 1:1.
No, I'm just saying
if you're excited.
No, I'm just saying Genesis 1:1 doesn't say that things came out of nothingness. This God didn't start creating out of nothingness. It is in line with the idea of thermodynamics. I am not saying that is how it happened. The singularity is more than likely how it happened. Because we can see, we have evidence of that from the results, from the effects of it.
But then if I would ask you a question, if the universe is expanding, then you say this, there would, as I said, there would be a start point. And you mentioned the start point was the Big Bang.
From our known universe, not from the universe. There's a difference between the known universe and the universe. So our known universe has a beginning from a previous expansion that has happened within a larger universe. So a primary mover argument doesn't work here, because the causation of the primary mover for our known universe is simply a cyclic natural phenomenon.
But then you would say that multiple universes exist, right?
Yeah, multiple singularities have occurred, so those would be their known universes. If there are beings, and which likely there are beings that exist within those known universes, their known universe would be their beginning of their known universe. So I'm not saying a multiverse in the fact that you exist in some other universe. I want to clarify that. But that other known universes exist within the larger universe, which is why we see galaxies colliding.
see. I can't lie. I concede with my points.
Okay,
I
can respect that.
I'm actually a 16-year-old you've been debating with.
You said you were 21, dude.
But
Did I ask? I don't even know if I can't remember if I asked. So I'm not gonna make that point.
no, you asked if I was 21.
So you
Which
lied.
Fine.
So young man, since you lied and you are a Christian, a Catholic, I'm gonna need you to go say 10 Hail Marys and never freaking lie. All right. Period. I told one gigantic ass lie in the 4th grade. It bit me in the ass somewhere around 6th and 7th grade. And I never lied since then. Do not lie. Now, have I made mistakes? Have I said things that I unintentionally didn't think I thought was true? Yes. But I have never, I don't lie. Don't lie. Whether people like it or not, don't lie. Because I could have said, well, you're 16, even though it's against TikTok policies, I'm going to go ahead and talk to you since I'm not smoking my cigar anymore. All right. So I could have still talked to you. So don't lie. All right.
I tried my best at kind of refuting your points. However, you've been doing this since 2014. I've only started getting into the Bible, into theology.
I've been doing this before you were born. Oh.
However, I wanted to set myself as an example of a Christian, right? I'm sure I was patient and respectful to you during this discussion.
You were. I will give you that you have shown more maturity in this conversation than many Christian adults that I have spoken to.
Yes. However, what?
Stop using however all the time as a point of being able to argue, to debate. Don't use however all the time, because however is a statement most of the time, depending on how you use it. But when you use it over and over again, it's I don't care what you just said, because I'm going to say this.
I see. How do I say this? What kind of compelled me more to come up to this stage is that conversation with that guy from earlier. He sounded like white. He was on your other stream.
Okay. Yeah, I know you're talking about my Viking dude. But I got to get off here with you. You're 16. And even though I'm not smoking, I'm pissed off that you lied. So don't freaking lie no more. All right. So I'm gonna drop you. Don't lie. I'm not cussing him out because he's 16, but he was very patient. He was more mature than most Christians that we deal with. I gotta give him that. Alex.
Are you hearing me?
Yes. Are you over 21?
Yeah, I'm 23.
Are you telling me the truth?
Yeah, sure, I'm 23. I'm going to turn 24 in about 2 months.
I might have to start having people show me their license or something. My ID. But go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that, but I am over 18. For sure.
Okay. And are you a believer?
Yeah.
Okay. And you're
talking. What'd you say?
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I had a question for you. You said you're an atheist. I heard you talking with that previous guy.
Mm-hmm.
So I heard you make a lot of knowledge claims about like the Big Bang and stuff like that. So my question to you, well, first I'll start with this. When it comes to you being an atheist, are you like a materialist?
Not completely, no.
No. So what outside of materialism do you appeal to exactly?
Like, for instance, you cannot, even though we can tell when someone is thinking in their brain, we can't see exactly what they are thinking to prove the actual thing that they are thinking, but we know that a person is thinking.
How do you know that?
Because we've created machines that have been able to determine and done experiments to determine when the brain is actively thinking and when the brain is not actively thinking.
Well, wouldn't that make it physical? Then, if you're talking about making a physical thing,
but it's not material. See, to be material, I would have to have proof of what they are thinking. So
well, then how do you know what they're? Well, then that kind of just like begs the question then of how do you know what they're thinking? If you just said that I made machines to know what they're thinking.
No, I did not.
No, we don't know what they're thinking.
No, I did not. I said we can tell that.
Okay, we'll repeat what you said then.
We can tell that they are thinking. We cannot know what they are thinking. So we know that thinking is real. That people think. We just can't determine what they're thinking. That's why I say I'm not a materialist, because I don't have to have everything in material. Everything doesn't have to be materialized in order to accept it.
Okay, I don't necessarily disagree with that, but when it comes to something that somebody is thinking, like let's take knowledge, for example. How would you justify knowledge from your worldview?
How would you justify knowledge?
Yeah.
Knowledge is mostly based on evidence.
No, I understand what. No, I'm not asking you what it's based on. I'm asking you how you justify it.
It would have to depend on what knowledge we're talking about. Not all knowledge can be justified in the same sense.
I'm talking about knowledge itself. I'm not talking about a specific kind of knowledge. I'm talking about knowledge itself.
I mean, knowledge is basically if I can read, study, learn, experiment, evaluate, critically think through a situation.
Physical, again.
No, not purely.
Everything you just named is purely physical.
No, critically thinking is not physical. This is why I use the example of we can measure the person's brain waves and brain's activity to be able to know that they are thinking or dreaming. We can even do that with dreams. We just can't know exactly what it is that they're thinking or dreaming.
Yeah, but that's question digging though, because you're just appealing to critical thinking without justifying it. Like I'm asking, that's essentially what I'm asking.
Critical thinking is taking all the facts, putting them together, coming to an understanding, then putting them into practice and see what the results are. And then testing that same thing again and again to see if you get the same result. If you get a different result, then you have to go back and reevaluate the information, the facts, gain a different understanding, and then put them into additional practice to see if what the results you then get. That's all critical thinking is.
Okay, but that's not what I'm asking you exactly. I'm asking you.
Well, you're asking more detail because I'm asking more detail because I'm obviously then I'm not getting what you're trying to ask me.
Yeah, I'm not asking you. I'm not asking you what the thing is. I'm asking you how do you give a justification for knowledge itself? You just keep on appealing like, oh, we can use knowledge or we can understand knowledge this way. But I'm asking you, how do you even get to the point of what knowledge is from your worldview?
Well, I explained it to you based on what I understand you're asking, but obviously you disagree with my explanation. So therefore, as in most cases, if you're not getting the result, then you should ask the question a different way to get the result that you desire, which is part of critical thinking. So what?
Yeah, but I'm asking you, like, if you're okay, so you're saying you're not purely materialistic,
right?
So I'm asking you, what thing that's not purely physical or material do you appeal to justify knowledge? Because knowledge itself is not a physical thing; it's immaterial. So I'm asking you, how do you justify it? What do you appeal to justify that?
I feel like I'm gonna say the exact same thing I've said before.
And it's gonna be physical.
No, it's not. It is not physical to be able to measure brain waves or to identify.
How would you measure that without using some sort of empirical sense data?
We are going to use something material to measure it. But what I said was we cannot know what the person is thinking, and what the person is thinking or what the person is dreaming or imagining is immaterial. But we can tell that they are doing said thing. Can we not?
Can we not what? Can you repeat that?
Can we not know that a person is thinking, imagining, or dreaming? We use material things to be able to determine that they are doing that thing, right?
Sure.
But what we don't know is what they are actually thinking, dreaming, or imagining. So that would be something that's immaterial, right? So
thoughts and everything. Sure.
yes. So then the only way we know their thoughts then is when they tell us what their thoughts.
Yeah, that's the part where I see where we're kind of at a bypass right now. See, you're appealing to the non-material thing, and I'm asking you where you get your justification for that non-material thing. You're just appealing to it like, oh, it exists. But I'm asking you, how do you know it exists?
Well, the only way we know it exists is when they tell us what they were thinking at the time frame that we measured them to be thinking.
Oh, okay, so if I was to say that I think that contradictions exist, and they exist then?
No, what exists is that you think that they exist. That doesn't mean that contradictions exist, just that you think that it exists. See, now when you get into you saying that contradictions exist, now we can go and look at the factual material, the material facts to see if they actually exist.
No, but again, you're kind of skipping over what I'm saying.
Because you're not expressing it in such a way that you're getting your desired result.
No, I'll go back again to what I was asking you. What I was asking you was about knowledge itself, which is immaterial. You keep appealing to this thing. I'm asking you from your worldview what your justification is. You shift over, you're moving the goalpost saying, well, we can't know what they're thinking, but if they think it, then that is what they're thinking, but we don't know if it's true or not. So I'm asking you, how do you derive truth and how do you derive knowledge when that is itself an immaterial thing?
So knowledge itself would have to be factual things that we know, right?
That's question begging, dude. Knowledge would have to be things that we know. Do you see how that is circular?
No, because in order, it's not circular because knowledge, and that's why I was saying you really have to be more. You have to give more detail on what you mean as far as what type of knowledge. Because if I say it's scientific knowledge, it's things. Don't interrupt.
I'm talking about knowledge itself.
Because knowledge itself is not a one-tier thing. Knowledge itself is broken down into multiple tiers. There's scientific knowledge. There's philosophical knowledge. There's fairy tale knowledge. There's so many different types. There's archaeological knowledge. Knowledge can be broken down into multiple categories. And within
let's go with philosophical.
I'm not done talking. All right. And within each one of those categories, there are different levels of proof that is required to determine whether or not you actually have knowledge of said thing. Now,
wait, repeat that part one more time. I'm sorry.
There are different levels of evidentiary requirement that then demonstrates whether or not you have knowledge of said thing.
Okay, how do you know that?
We know that by the standard of proof that we have determined to evaluate whether or not that knowledge is true or not.
So we came up, so you're saying that we created knowledge, we didn't discover knowledge. Is knowledge created or is it discovered?
Can't really answer that question. Because it could be,
well then you can't have a debate then.
No, I can have a debate.
No, because you have no justification for knowledge.
No, you're just kind of doing this thing where you have this one little point and you've already determined what the parameters are in order to facilitate it. But your parameters are simply that, just your parameters. You haven't stated anything that
I'm doing an internal critique of your worldview.
Well, an internal critique of my worldview, one, has nothing to do with what we're talking about. But two,
it's been the whole thing what we've been talking about.
Two, the thing is that to say that knowledge is created or discovered, knowledge actually is both, right? We discover things.
Knowledge is created.
So okay. I'm gonna tell you this one more time. When I'm talking, don't interrupt me. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So your little smart aleck comments that you try to throw in to try to make it seem like you are winning, which is a horrible debate tactic, which just makes you look.
Dude, stop with the meta, bro. Let's just get back to the topic. Stop with the meta.
You want to keep looking.
No one cares
you want to keep
meta.
looking immature.
No one cares about the meta.
You want to keep looking immature on this show? Go right ahead. All right. So either you're going to be an adult or you're not. Now, shit, I forgot what we was talking about. Oh yeah, the knowledge thing. Knowledge is something that is part of biology. Every living creature, every sentient creature has a certain level of knowledge that it possesses, right? It is just part of the biology of existence. And then depending upon that level, every sentient living thing can develop and discover more knowledge based on its experiences and its experimentations.
Okay, how do you know that every single living thing has knowledge biologically?
Because without knowledge, a living thing would not be able to replicate itself. It would not be able to feed itself. It would not be able to move away from danger or secure itself. So it takes knowledge to be able to do any of those things. And those are basic things.
That does not answer the question.
It answers the question. You just don't like it.
No, it doesn't answer the question because I'm asking you, how do you know about the thing itself? And then you appeal to the thing itself. Again.
How do you know about the thing itself?
That knowledge can be created.
We know about the intelligence of every living thing that we've studied because we've studied the living thing through observation and testing. That's how we know about the thing. We watched it's kind of like the documentary I was watching about octopi yesterday. We know these things about the octopus, that it has certain levels of intelligence because we've observed them in the wild and in captivity, tested them through multiple ways to see what their level of intelligence is.
Yeah, so you're going to answer my question this time?
I've already answered your question. You just don't like the answer because it doesn't go down the pathway that you want it to go down. And so therefore you're trying to continue to re-ask the question over and over again. But it's been answered. Now, if you actually have something concerning the conversation that we're having, that's the prompt is, then we can continue this conversation. If all you're doing is going to keep asking me the same damn question over and over again without providing any type of rebuttal whatsoever, other than just asking the same question, then there is no point of us having the conversation.
Well, can I tie it back into the conversation why it is important about what we're talking about right now?
Would you please get to it?
Okay, so it's important because if you don't have any sort of justification for things like knowledge or truth or logic, then you can't actually even debate the prompt that's above your head. Whenever you said you're an atheist and everything, that's why I pressed you.
That is completely untrue, because the only basis of knowledge that you actually need to debate this prompt is your morality. If you have any type of morality about yourself, then this point can be debated.
No.
What do you mean? How is it not true? See, that's the point right there.
Because
all you're offering is no, it's not true. You're not offering anything. You're trying to play this. I'm talking. You're trying to play this. I'm talking. You're trying to play this safety thing where I don't really have to make any statements, because if I make this generalized repetitive statement, then I can abstain from actually having anything that I would say critiqued. But
do you want me to answer now? Or?
Yeah, you can answer now.
Okay, it's not true, because whenever you have a conversation, it already is presupposing knowledge and logic and truth. So you can't have a conversation that's meaningful without appealing to knowledge, logic, and truth. So you can't just say, oh, we can have this conversation just based off morality, because then the conversation wouldn't make sense if you don't use logic. Like, can we have this conversation and contradict?
Of course, we can have this conversation and contradict, which is why
Oh,
morality
so
is.
you can have contradictions. So you can have contradictions.
Well, contradict each other. Yes, we can contradict each other. Yes, we can.
No, I'm saying, can we make knowledgeable and true statements that are contradictory themselves, like the statement itself contradictory. Not saying that I can say something contradictory to you. I'm saying whenever we're
when we're speaking of truth,
can we have contradictory views?
When we're speaking
within our own worldview.
When we are speaking of truth, then, and there are few truths, but when we are speaking of truth, then people can make contradictions, but those contradictions don't necessarily have to be true. And the people can make contradictions, and those contradictions be true, because people in the Bible contradict what's said in the Bible all the time, and those contradictions are true. They are contradictions.
So contradictions can exist.
Contradictions do exist because we can read the literature of
just destroy the possibility for logic and knowledge.
Oh my gosh, you have no understanding of language or thinking or knowledge or maturity. Because did I call you a name? Did I call you a name? No, I didn't. Did I call you a name? No, I didn't. So you have no respect or no maturity whatsoever. Now the fact of the matter is that when you,
which is a fact.
Oh my gosh, when you look at the literature of the Bible, we can see that the literature of the Bible contradicts itself. So therefore, we have proof that contradictions exist, because within the literature, we see the contradictions that the Bible makes.
Oh, okay. So the Bible's true.
Oh my gosh. No.
So God existed?
You know what?
So stupid. You're such an idiot, dude. What are you talking about?
See, I love how you crash out with all your stupidity. So goodbye. That was some of the most ridiculous and dumb, one of the most ridiculous and dumbest conversations that I've had with anyone in a long time. And that says a lot. That says a lot. You make no points whatsoever, not one. And then your whole premise is to think that you're twisting someone up in a circle, but you're not, because one, you don't listen at all to anything that is said, and you just have your little talking points, and they are incredibly invalid. Such a child. Such a child. John. Okay, I can hear you, but you're did you hit it by accident?
Well, my phone was in the kitchen, I was just listening. The conversation you just had was crazy.
I know. I can.
They got the answer, but they study questioning everything.
I hate to put it this way, but you can. It's like he went to the Charlie Kirk School of Debate.
Yes, there you go. There you go. I mean, and it keeps us separated because you got people that want to believe in what he's saying, so they can stand by.
Yeah.
I got a lot on my mind, but I just want to listen in. Even without politics, you got people. They knew they was losing. They voted law, so they did something to win this election, and they're doing everything they can to change things to get what they want.
Mm-hmm.
That's our biggest problem right now.
Yeah. I mean.
So I'm sorry for whatever my phone did.
Oh, it's all right.
I was listening in.
Oh, it's cool.
I was listening in.
It's cool. I appreciate you.
All right, thanks, boss.
Thanks, boss. And I wanted to refrain from, but I should have went ahead and just say, dude, stop going to Charlie Kirk School and then thinking you're gonna come over here and do a 2.0, because you sound ridiculous.
I just wanted to go say, first of all, I was heated watching him just he sounded like he's 19 years old, trying to disrespect a grown man. That you were too patient. Yeah, Mary is right. You were too patient because I'm not going to stay up here for too long, but the Charlie Kirk sort of speak where they think that they got you, and they like it's the cockiness out of it is mind blowing, and the I got you, and the this and the that, and it's funny, he was accusing you of moving goalposts the whole time, but every 2 seconds goalposts got moved. Yeah. Goalposts got moved every 2 seconds. Didn't even touch on what the topic is at hand, but he felt that, mind you, every response you gave was intelligent, had actual factual backing, and he had the audacity to go call you a grown man, his elder, stupid. I could not even imagine doing that. And I think maybe it's just like, being raised by Black people. Is that the idea of calling? There are people that are old enough to be my parents, or even if I do think that their opinions are stupid, I would never disrespect them, much less when they're wiping the floor with me when it comes to the debate. That's all I gotta go say is, hey, if I could have jumped through my phone and jumped into his, it would have been something. But I'm glad you couldn't. When it comes to the kids, don't let them do you like that. Don't let them do you like that.
I try to be patient with people, period, and hope for the best outcome. I'm often disappointed, but it's okay. I looked at it as the longer he rambles on, the longer he shows his immaturity and his lack of intelligence, and that he is just repeating a style that he's grown up watching with people like Charlie Kirk, which was a person who really didn't know anything but would try to overtalk, loud talk, continuously interrupt in order to try to discombobulate someone so that they lose their point and don't sound and can't fully express the point that they're making, and then that way the person looks like they're losing. But that never works on me, because I'm going to remember what I was saying. I'm going to go back to what I was saying, and I'm going to express my idea. So that methodology would never work for me, which is why Charlie Kirk and people like him generally will only go after the other young and immature people.
Yeah, that's I say that all the time, is that people say, "Oh, Charlie Kirk was a great debater." Hey, I could debate 18 to 19-year-olds all day and wipe the floor with them. That doesn't make me a genius. It just means the fact that I'm grown and have life experience. If I did the same with someone who's an expert in their field, who, I would be getting the floor wiped with me. Yeah. I do have one question though.
Sure.
So putting God and the devil on trial. So who would be the judge, and who would be the jury in this case? Since if we're going to abide by just a traditional court, you're judged by a jury of your peers. So how would that sort of situation work out?
Well, interesting that you asked that question. So the judge and the jury would literally be mankind, because mankind is the one who decided who this God is, what this God is, who the devil is, what this devil is. Mankind is the one who decided if a decree went out from God, it was man who decided that was a decree from God. That is exposed in many different ways. One of the primary ways is anytime man wins a battle or achieves fruitfulness, God did it. Anytime man doesn't achieve those things, God is punishing me, or in modern day and Christian lives today, the devil, or God. Either one could be punishing them. So man would sit as the judge and the jury, because man is the one who decides whether or not something is an act of God or an act of the devil.
Interesting. I think that's the first time I've ever heard of that sort of concept before. I think one of the things in this sort of trial is, now that you mentioned that, is you would have to decide which actions are a result of God and which are a result of the devil. You'd have to find a way to tally them up because, you know, like you said, I've seen it both ways where you can go through a season. It's either the devil's testing you or the Lord's testing you. And you get told both, and it depends on who you're talking to that's giving you the reason on why.
Right.
I think you could make the argument that, you know, I'm not religious, so, you know, but I say that, you know, you could make the argument that in this scenario, a all-powerful God who is punishing and tempting mortal man, I feel like you could make the argument that that could be a worse being than the devil, who, you know, if we're gonna say that all powerful, maybe, you know, he just is what he is. Yeah, I'd make the argument that that's the worst one out of the two.
And let me add this to it. The Bible would be this God's own personal testimony that then is evaluated by the judge and the jury. And we never actually hear the testimony of the devil, but only the testimony of this guy. And he's self-incriminating.
That is interesting. I've been told, I know that there's and you probably are more aware of this than I am. I know that there are books that are non-canonized that actually do have more in-depth stories about the devil in the Bible, but they're, you know, excluded. I have not, to be completely honest, I have not bothered to read any of the books that were not canonized into the Bible, so I have no idea, you know, how true or not true that is. But I do think that is important, is that, you know, we're being told that the devil is, you know, this horrible person, but we don't have any actual documented accounts of what this person has actually done. And we don't have secondary sources. So like, you know, purposes, devil could be God and God could be the devil. I think that's a really interesting way to look at that.
Yeah. As far as the other books are concerned, those, of course, we know are written by men as well. So there's their perspective on things. The only book that, the first book that comes to mind would be the books of Enoch. The Enochian literature is where they get their war in heaven from. So that's the only story. That's the only place where the war in heaven is from, this Israelite writing, right? We have other wars in heaven based on other religions, but as far as the Israelite writings, Enoch is where it comes from. You have other books that suggest that the serpent had sex with Eve, and that's where Cain's lineage came from, and that's why Cain killed Abel. But all of these would still just be stories written by man giving the testimony based on just God's perspective and not the perspective of the devil himself.
Yeah, no, I think that's real interesting. I might give that book of Enoch a read. I've heard about it, you know,
it's a good read.
I feel like, you know, hey, you know, I think it's interesting is that this is my last piece before I'm gonna get out of here, is that I hear people mention all the time about, you know, without God or without Christianity, how do you debate morality and how do you know, choose morality? And I think of it, you know, I unalive as many people as I want to, which is none. I don't feel like I need to be held to promises in another life to make sure I do a good thing. You can make the argument where if you're doing something to be rewarded, are you actually doing a good thing to begin with? Or would you be doing good works under false pretenses?
It's an interesting thought. As far as, so if I understood you correctly, you give, if we're doing something good in order to receive something in return, you're saying that that's not a good moral standard?
Like I'll give you an example. If you see a homeless person outside and you give them, you know, you get them some food or a little bit of money or whatever like that, and you're doing that out of the goodness in your heart, not for any particular thing, that's one thing. Now, if you put the phone in the person's face, you record it, you put on social media so you could go viral and you could go on the Ellen Show or whatever like that, are you really doing a good deed, or are you doing it, you know what I mean, because you're trying to get something out of it? And I think that's one of the things that I've always, my biggest issue with Christians is I have seen them be the, you know, do the other end on, whether it be like, you know, the mission trips where they build these buildings that aren't up to code, and then the people got to go fix it after they leave, to, you know, we can go on and on, but yeah, that's the point I'm making.
I'm with you, but here's another thing about that. This is me, and you can agree or disagree. All deeds are selfish, all of them. Now they all range on different levels of selfishness based on how we perceive it and how other people perceive it. When I give money or food, and I don't give money. When I give food to a homeless person, there's no camera, but I'm selfishly doing it because it makes me feel good. So there is some selfishness to it because it makes me feel good. The fact that I have the ability to feed this person, I did feed that person, so I feel good about myself, and yes, it helped that person. Now, when I put a camera in front of it, now, yes, I'm doing it so that I can get some likes. So it's at an even higher selfish level now at this point. So my selfish level, just because I feel good, is acceptable by most people. But then my doing it in front of a camera to get views and likes, I've changed it to a higher level where there's more people who are not going to accept it. So that's why I say it's all selfish, but from different perspectives, it has a different impact. You know what I'm saying?
I do. I've never looked at it that way, but I actually do. I do agree with that, because you're right. You can, you know, at the end of the day, it's making you feel good by giving that food. So I don't. Yeah, you know, hey, I appreciate you for challenging my thinking. I would have not thought about that before, but yeah, I think that's a valid point, man.
And I don't think there's nothing wrong with it when you do it for your own, to make yourself feel good, because you should do things in life. Most of the things we do in life, we do it because we want to feel good. Even the things we don't like doing, we do it because there is a result of feel good that we get. Like you go to a job, you hate the job, but that money to be able to buy, to live somewhere, to have clothes, to have food, to entertain yourself, it gives you that feel good. So even the things we do that we hate, we still do it for feel good.
Yeah, no, I have no disagreements there, brother. Yeah, no, you speaking the facts. Well, I'm gonna go get off the live. Always great as well.
I appreciate
when you making that trip down to SF?
Trip to SF. When
California?
Yeah, but you said SF. San Francisco.
I just consider all of California San Francisco.
It's cold.
You know what I mean?
I know that sometime next year we'll be going to California. You know what? When we do go to California, I do want to come up there because I need to go to the Ghirardelli's factory, and I need to ride my motorcycle down that winding ass road y'all got.
Yeah, no, that's gonna be fun. Yeah. You guys are going to Southern California?
We definitely go. I mean, one of my best friends, my brother from another mother is in San Diego, so almost any trip to California is going to end up some in San Diego. But I do want to ride the what's that, the A1A or A1, whatever it is, the highway, the Pacific Coast Highway.
Yeah.
I do want to take the time to ride that up at least to San Francisco, hit the Ghirardelli's, ride that road, cross the bridge, just because I just want to cross the bridge.
Hey, I'm gonna let you know this. When you and so crossing the bridge from San Francisco, you're talking about the Golden Gate Bridge, right?
Yeah, because it always gets destroyed in every movie, so I got to cross that bridge.
Crossing the Golden Gate Bridge, going into Marin. Marin is known as, I'm just giving you a heads up, it's a very weird place to be black in. I've only been to Marin a handful of times. It had a reputation as being like a sundown town. Marin is a strange place. All I'm just going to say is I want to be riding around after dark in Marin. with your skin tone. That's all I'm saying.
I got you. I understand. But always know that I have gun will travel.
California, we don't take too kindly to anyone doing the open carry. Unless you're in Sacramento, then in that case, everyone got
I don't open carry. I conceal carry.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Hell no, I conceal carry. Everywhere I go, I conceal carry.
Hey, amen to that. Stay safe, brother.
All right, appreciate it. I wish a motherfucker would. Not the one people should attack. Mellow.
Tell me about it.
You tell me about it, sir.
You know, I'm with you, man. You gotta stay safe. That's, you know what I mean?
Indeed. What you got for me?
I have to tell you, man, that me and Jerry were in the back deliberating. We came out with a unanimous decision that this is all God's fault, and the devil's not really culpable in that situation. So I think we would like to go ahead and issue our human decree. Yeah, we're not following this BS no more. We're not doing it.
Y'all are crazy. I'm with you. I think the God of the Bible owes the devil some what's it called, reparations for his hardship that he has suffered through the through damaging his name in the way that he has. He was only doing what he had been commanded, and he cannot, and within this storyline, he can't do anything outside of what this God commands him to do. So he is nothing more than a pawn. The devil in all forms is nothing more than a pawn in the story that is the testimony of this God. So the God, yeah, the Bible God needs to be exiled and put to death. You know, because if he's a just God, then the crime, the punishment should fit the crime. And since this God has genocided people, has authorized slavery, authorized the killing of babies, authorized even the abortion of babies, whether you agree with that stance or not politically is not what I'm getting at on that one. But he has authorized some of the most heinous crimes in humanity's history. So he should have a punishment befitting of that, which is complete annihilation.
Hey, man, I'm with you.
Yeah,
I'm with you, bro. I clearly commanded his chosen to slay thousands, tens of thousands.
Yeah.
You know, the leader of the world once.
Yeah. Oh, according to him, he's killed everybody. Right. And
yeah. Who took more innocence than that? I can't, you know, because these babies and all these other things had nothing to do with nothing, and they get swept up in it. Come on.
Yeah. And has put women in the status of property, children in the status of property, and then anyone who is a foreigner in the status of property. He should be annihilated because he does not deserve life, since he has no respect for life.
There it is. It's cool. Where you gamble at, man? Not the tool man gamble.
Hey, I brought this hammer upstairs about 6 months ago and never took it back downstairs.
Yeah, man, it's been great. I've been watching the show all day, man. That one guy, man, that was it like 2 guys ago? He was definitely ridiculous. Everybody agrees on that. And like, you know, it's just part for the course when dealing with these people. Like, they cannot take being wrong. And again, like the one guy before him too was like trying to fight you so hard on the one point of it. Well, did you know they were good at, you know, they didn't have knowledge of good or evil before they did it. Like, come on, dude, like, how is it so hard to like, it's like, why are you fighting that?
Both of them were kids. Both of them were kids. One was probably some college age kid, the little Charlie Kirk version. was like, he probably is 23. But that other one, he finally admitted that he was 16 years old. So, 16, you want to believe the authority that's over you. You want to accept that authority. Obviously raised Catholic, but doesn't know. At 16, most people definitely have never read what they believe in. And so he obviously had never read anything and just had a few sound bites that's been preached at him. So,
yeah, bro, just like that. He probably gonna listen to that preacher. Man, I sent you the video the other day. Telling basically all Christians, hey, it's time to get okay with slavery.
Yeah, you saw I did the video on that, right?
No, I missed it. I'm okay. It's on this page or is it on your Facebook? I'll catch it.
It's on all of them. It's on this page. But go watch it. But go watch it on YouTube.
Oh, I got you. Yeah. I got you on YouTube.
Watch it on YouTube. That's where the monetization happens. YouTube and Facebook is where the monetization happens. Go ahead, go watch it, man. I don't ask y'all. I don't ask y'all for money like a church man does. But if you're gonna watch something, watch it on Facebook and YouTube. Help a brother out.
Yeah, I don't got no problems with that, man. I follow you on all 3 platforms now at this point. So.
All right. Appreciate it. Well, let me get this last person, then I'm gonna get off here, man, because it's been 3 hours and 30 minutes. It's almost 3 o'clock my time, and 3 o'clock my time, I need to be done.
Yeah, and I get it, boss. You still, as always, stay safe out here, and peace to the chat.
All right, appreciate you. I missed a whole appointment yesterday, going 4 hours with y'all. I have an appointment, so I'm trying to get everything lined up correctly. My laptop is older, and I got to get everything squared away. I'm being invited to be on one of the shows, that the Atheist something. I was invited to be on some show, Atheist Experience, I think is what it's called, on one of their shows. So, but I got to do the tech check, and I completely missed that appointment yesterday because of y'all. But I got one scheduled for tomorrow. Vincent,
how you doing?
Pretty good.
So, what's the topic today? Let's put God and the devil on trial.
You just pop in, but yes. Yeah.
So God and the devil.
Uh-huh.
So who wrote the book of Psalms?
Supposedly Solomon. I mean Psalms, sorry. The book of Psalms is supposedly written, some by David, others by people of David's court.
Are you familiar with Psalms 109?
Possibly, but I have to go look it up to make sure.
I'm just wondering, like, does that come from God or that comes from the devil? Like, who does that come from?
I don't think the devil supposedly wrote anything in his Bible.
The devil had to write that one.
Psalms 109.
And I'm being very reckless saying that on here.
Prayer of benediction and vindication. Do not be. I ain't gonna read this whole goddamn thing. That's for sure. Oh well, it's not that long. But what it say? Do not be silent, O God, my praise, for wicked and deceitful mouths are opening against me, speaking against me with lying tongues. They surround me with the words I hate and attack me without cause. In return for my love, they accuse me even while I make prayer for them. So they reward me evil for good and hatred for my love. They say, appoint a wicked man against him. Let an accursed stand on his right when he is. I actually don't know this
one. You didn't know that one?
I mean, I'm sure I've read it a bunch of times, but there's nothing about it that's ever stuck out to me. But it sounds like it's David lamenting about people being against him.
And taking the name out the book of life.
Yeah, this sounds like David because he's praying to Yahweh over and over again about let them curse, but you will bless. Let my assailants be put to shame. It sounds like David is lamenting about people being against him. I don't know who's against him that he's talking about.
But it sounds like a curse, though, right?
I mean, it sounds like he's cursing the other people, whoever is against him. The one before that, he's praying for victory. So this sounds like a song that was written while David was in some type of internal conflict.
So my question is, if you can pray to God and ask for some funk to happen, does it make God the devil?
Not according to Christians, it wouldn't make God the devil. It will make God justified. Because, like, it's funny you say that. There's a video I'm doing today where a dude made a prayer to God, a declaration from God. He's making a declaration for God to mess up my life, right? So the Christian will consider that to be justified because God is good and God is sovereign. So asking God to curse someone who is against him or even against the Christians is a good thing, right? It's not considered a bad thing. Just like it says that those who bless Israel will be blessed, those who curse Israel will be cursed. So this God is going to curse anyone who curses Israel because those are his chosen people. And Christians feel like they've been grafted in to be that part of that chosen group of people. So anyone who curses them, this God is going to curse those people as well, especially at the behest of the Christian. Because if a Christian believes something without having any doubt, then whatever they ask for, this God is going to do. So if a Christian asks for God to genocide the people of Saudi Arabia because they are against him, then this God is going to do it. And of course, from a moral worldview, that's evil as fuck. Am I wrong?
So God is the devil. Good is evil and evil is good. Eddie Murphy.
Evil. You know, that's one of my favorite parts of that movie. I literally dressed up for a Halloween party as the vampire in Brooklyn. But I couldn't take it because that fucking wig.
How you do it? It's evil. Evil is good.
But it said, yeah, Brother Johnson, he was on Bushwick Avenue with a $2 hoe. Have a piece of good and some ass, got some evil ass. It's good. I forget it went something like that. How would you know what a sunny day is if it's never a rainy day? So evil is good. But anyway. And you see, because they believe this God is a good God.
That verse I told you about, they really have T-shirts that say Trump with Psalms 109 on it. That people be rocking.
Really? Let me go back to Psalms 109.
No, I'm telling you, people really be wearing T-shirts with that on it. That's how much they don't like Fox 745, whatever you want to call it, Orange Man.
I mean,
Body Cat, whatever you want to call it.
And see, when I look from like verse 8, especially from verse 8 down to verse 14, this is casting a spell on people.
It's a straight spell.
Yeah.
That's straight painful magic. That's all it is. It's black magic. Straight in the Bible.
Yeah. There's a lot of may he and let him and let them, but there's a lot of may his children wander about and beg, may be driven out of the ruins of the inhabitants, may the creditor seize all he has, may strangers plunder the fruits of his toil, may there be no one to do him a kindness, nor anyone to pity his orphan children. Damn, you want the orphan children?
How about that one?
You know, like I said, I read.
When I found out about the two bears, that one blew my mind. But when I found out, I was like, oh wow, this is better.
Yeah, that's that. Oh damn! And Center Star said, yeah, Psalm 109 is often used in witchcraft. That I agree. That sounds like a spell, like they're casting spells. One of the very things that they say they're not supposed to do. But if they're doing it for their God, then they see it not as casting a spell, it's not witchcraft then. But God dang. I mean, it's stuff. And out of Babylon just pretty much said the same thing you just said. This is why the Gnostics looked at the Old Testament God as an evil God and named him Yordabar, because the Old Testament God is evil as fuck. He's an evil ass dude that should stand trial. And the trial should happen in everyone's mind and everyone's heart. And they should annihilate this God from their mind and from their heart, because this God is pure evil. I mean, I hate to politicize this, but if you think about it, for all the Christians who run around and saying that they are anti-abortionists, right? But this God literally in Exodus 21 pretty much makes the statement that the unborn child is the property of a man. And if the child dies while in the womb, then the assailant has to pay the man a financial payment. Not that death is not his payment. He hasn't committed a crime where he goes to death, but he's committed a civil crime. So he hasn't committed a capital crime. He's committed a civil crime because he's committed a crime against the man's property. And if
How do you feel about how abortion affects someone's psychology, psychological versus religion? Just psychological.
Well, I think they both can be devastating to a person's psychology. I think abortion affects a person's psychology more so than religion does, because people can create the justifications that people create for religion are easier to swallow and live with than the justifications that people create for abortions. Now,
psychologically, I feel like it has a strong effect on you psychologically.
Yeah. And I'm only speaking in general senses on
men, we kind of like, it depends on like how you felt about it when it was happening, but I think it's more of a psychological thing.
And one of the psychologies that I don't think that ever gets its proper focus is the psychology that it has on men, because one, for a man, you have no control over it whatsoever, right? So whether you want the child, don't want the child, you're left out of the equation, and all you can do is suck it up. And just in my own personal experience, I've seen men just, pack it down, never deal with it, and just pack that shit down. But you see other things, other behaviors resulting from it. I literally know one guy who hates women. He still is with women, but he hates women because that situation happened to him twice, and he doesn't trust any woman. He doesn't want to deal with any woman, and he refuses to have children with any woman. He's my age now, childless, but he refuses to ever impregnate another woman because he doesn't trust any woman to deliver his baby. So it's like he's been carrying that baggage for a long time. And I talked to him for years, and shit. It may take a damn God to change that man's mind. Yeah, it might. He won't even trust a woman who's already had I'm like, well, why don't you go and be with a blended family? That way you're dealing with a woman who doesn't mind having kids. He was like, hell no, because when she had mine, she ain't gonna want to get pregnant because she already got a bunch of kids. And so
So when it comes to that topic, are you what they call this political stuff? What are the Republicans called?
What, anti-abortionists?
No,
pro-lifers.
Conservative. Okay. Conservative when it comes to the subject.
I'm a mixture on almost every subject. I am truly an independent, right? Truly an independent.
Yeah, I'm a mixture on all of it. Thing is, if you make a decision out here, you make a decision, you gotta live with it
Yeah,
and if it haunts you, it haunts you.
but some decisions aren't yours. So let's say so I have a cousin. The baby was growing in the fallopian tube, so there was yeah. So I had no problems with that. She still suffered emotionally from it, and if you bring it up to her, you will see her suffering again. Um, I have two cousins who were SA'd. One had the baby, one didn't have the baby. Both of them still suffered emotionally from even the one who had the baby because that child looked just like the daddy, just like the essayist. So she struggled, even though she had the baby. The one who didn't, she still struggled. She struggled. And
hey, some of these men at SA too, they be getting pumped by these women.
Yeah, and the one who did have the abortion, she thinks that nobody knows. She thinks a very small group of people in the family know. But anytime that conversation comes up, you can still see the hurt, the pain on her face from that situation. And, she was SA'd as a child and actually didn't have a choice. It was a parental choice. So I've seen it in many different variations. So to me, it's very relative to the situation. And at the end of the day, no one is going to come out of it. I don't think anyone comes out of it unscathed.
So what you're saying is that a ghost can rape a woman?
Oh, hell no. Hell no. That's a make-believe trope that's been floating around human society for thousands of years.
So there's giant men walking around with a third leg that could shove it in a petite little woman, right?
Exactly. That ain't happening. And then they try to say, well, the babies were born regular size. No. Yeah, if a woman, I think, what is it, like 12 pounds is the largest baby that a woman can have or some shit like that?
I know y'all have seen dirties. Some of them dudes be doing what they do with these women. You think a giant gonna do something with a woman? Like, really?
Oh, okay. I didn't know what you meant by dirties at first. You mean porn?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't shrink from saying some of these words. I don't care what these algorithms say. Yeah, I don't. Yeah. It's some of the elephant ass dudes. These women be like, hell no. It is very few women in the world that's gonna take some 15, some dude that's 13, 14, 15. Very few. So some giant.
A 20-foot grown motherfucker walking around.
Yeah.
Like, come on, man. Myth is myth.
Right. This mother got a 2-foot peen, and you think that some woman taking that? Nah. That's like saying that she gonna take an elephant. Yeah, I ain't taking no damn.
Yeah, I'm gonna be in what's the movie called? TV show? Gods of America.
American Gods.
Right
American.
Get sucked right in.
With what's Sheba? Yeah. You get sucked right in the poom poom.
Get sucked right in because I'm too little. You're a giant.
Exactly. That stuff makes absolutely zero sense whatsoever. So no, I don't want to stop. Huh?
Are you a realist?
For the most part, yeah.
Realist?
Realist?
Yeah.
Explain what you mean.
I know what a realist is. I think you know what a realist is. I'm not gonna explain it, but are you a realist?
I'm not sure what you mean by realist.
Okay, I'm gonna let it go.
No, I want to know what it is. Hell no. Why are you scared to say it?
Because right now my brain's not operating too well. I had head trauma recently, so
I mean, are you saying that a person who deals in reality?
Reality, logical, critical thinking.
Yeah, I would say that I am.
But I don't know the actual how they term it in a book.
It is not. It is mythology. The religious books are nothing more than.
No, I'm talking about how they determine the definition of what a realist is.
That's a simple solution.
But I'm a realist too.
Yeah, I have this magical toolbox.
But I'm also semi-pantheist, animist slash, I don't know whatever the fucking term I use.
Well, the definition of a realist is actually existing as a thing or occurring in facts, not imagined or supposed. Not not imitation or artificial, but genuine. Yeah, I would fall into that category.
But I also realize you don't like putting yourself in a box.
No, I don't.
Yeah, that's what I don't like doing the same thing.
The moment there's a book called the Tao Te Ching, and the first saying of the Tao Te Ching is that the moment you give something a name, it is no longer the way. It is no longer that thing. The moment you put it in a book, it is no longer the way. So the moment that you categorize a person as a thing with a title, it cannot, that person then is restricted to whatever that title is. So I don't even like I only use atheist on here because it helps ground people in the conversation. I don't even like using that term because, and I don't want to use agnostic either because it's an impossibility to be able to prove a God exists. Even if that God showed up, it then has to prove that it is a God. And I don't know what methodology that God would be able to use to prove itself to be God, right? Because you could just be a high-tech ass alien and I'm thinking that you're a God. So, that's why I wouldn't even say agnostic. I don't think there's nothing that could prove a God. So when it comes to these religions, of course, I'm a non-believer in any of these things.
You talk crazy. You about to go to hell. You gonna go to hell because you talk crazy.
Pretty much.
You going to hell.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to an imaginary place. And if someone else,
how many times you experience that bullshit?
Yeah, and here's the thing: if someone else can imagine a hell and that's where I go, then I'll realize that is merely the imagination of some other being. And if that being has the power of imagination and I got the power of imagination, then let me imagine myself somewhere else, and I guarantee I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna use that.
Hey, real though, how many times you been in having these conversations since you like doing this? I don't know how the fuck you do it. I guess you're taking some high blood pressure pills or something. Something because like I don't know how to talk to these people. I mean, I had fun with it a little bit. They call me Satanic B at work.
Mm-hmm.
That's my nickname, Satanic B. And I had fun with it. I play with it a little bit, and then sometimes it gets a little hyped up and it gets a little riled up, and then like I always fuck the Hebrews up like this. This is how I fuck the Hebrews up. This is gonna get really explicit. Can I say on TikTok?
Yeah, I don't care. I cuss.
So I said, I said, why do your God give a woman the ability and a man the ability to have an orgasm out their ass? And then it be fucked up.
That's a good question. That is a good question.
Hey, look, I'm in LA. I fuck with these Hebrews. Wanna play ball? Play ball, baby boy.
That's crazy because I've said multiple times that if there is a God, I got a question. And that question is, you made the woman's body perfect for sex. Like a woman get more out of sex than a man can get. A woman can get more out of sex than a man can get. But yet you put so many restrictions on a woman's sexuality and her ability to enjoy the abundance of all the sexual natures that you gave her. All right. And one, the shit's unfair. It's unfair as hell. But I never thought about the fact that, every woman that I've ever known who does anal, every last one of them has said that they can have an orgasm through that process, which is crazy work. Because if you didn't want people doing that, then you shouldn't make it where it's a pleasure center for women. Now I don't know about dudes, but I guess dudes.
I don't either, but I'm guessing that's how it works.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard, I
have
am very
homosexual homeboys, not a lot, but a percentage, like small.
Yeah.
But clearly, they do what they do.
Yeah. And just like Byron just said, I've heard the whole stimulating of the prostate gland can cause a man to get one, but I just can't let no woman put nothing down now. So we just not doing it. Yeah, they be talking about, let me put my finger. No, stay above the balls, woman. Stay above the balls and up. That's it. We're not going below the balls. But I've heard,
they do try to play.
But you know what? I just thought about it. I do know some straight dudes who they'll let their woman play around now with their tongue or their finger or whatever, and they say that it feels great and they get one. I just can't get past it. I can't. And unlike most people, I'm not afraid to admit that when I was a child, I was molested. I have.
That's a scared too.
If you try to go below the balls, I get more anxiety from that than I do from the PTSD from the military. So we just not doing it. But if men, I'm assuming that it's true that men are stimulated through their prostate, then why would this guy create it where men and women can have that stimulation to achieve one of the most pleasurable things that this guy created, which is the orgasm? Why would he do that? That makes no sense. And especially when you're saying women. I don't even see how that. Because yeah.
You know what's so amazing about Christian women? And I dealt with a lot of them. Like really like a lot of some I have actually dealt with a mystic woman. She was meditating, she was doing her shit. And I've dealt with some of them that then I felt like was in a cult, and I dealt with some southern ones. And they really act like they have this sexual tightness. Like they were tight with it.
Mm-hmm.
When in actuality, when you get them down, break them down, man, they just as funky as everybody else. Like, what the fuck is the point?
Yeah. Yeah, it's one pastor that I was under, I did like what he said. He said that he used to preach that y'all need to stop being so hard up about sex. And he was like, the marriage bed is not defiled as long as that married couple agree to whatever is going on in that bed. So if you're doing an anal, if you're playing with toys, if you're swinging, if you're polyamorous, if you're polygamous, he was like, as long as y'all are consenting adults, you want to take a whip out and pat and put one of them choke balls in your mouth. He was like, as long as y'all consenting within y'all marriage, I don't give a damn.
No, man. Hold on. You tripping.
I said one pastor.
I talked to God, and he got to send me something because when I was looking at that girl that girl was showering, because I was dated. She was showering. She was looking good, and I wanted that. But
he stole another man's property. See, she was already married, so he stole another man's property. So that's his violation, right? Now, if she was single and he brought her over and had sex with her, he would then have married her and added her to his harem. So that would not have been a violation because polygamy is fine in the Bible, and the act of sex is what marries you. It's the fact that she was somebody else's wife. That's
why I'm so confused with my polygamy because I'm not getting this shit right. I'm confused by this shit. I'm trying to get it, but I can't get it.
Yeah, polygamy is just y'all agreeing to have multiple wives or husbands, but it's just agreeing to have multiple wives. And It's perfectly, as far as the Bible is concerned, the Torah, the Quran.
But that's not evil, though, right?
No,
that's not the devil.
No, there's nothing. The New Testament says that only bishops and deacons should have one wife. Anybody else can have more than one wife. It's Western culture that said one wife.
So therefore, this government is not discovered by Christianity.
No, it's not based on the Bible. It's based on the doctrines of Christianity as seen through Western eyes.
That's why I like talking to you. I learn about this stuff real fast.
Well, you about to stop learning because I've been in here for 4 hours. So I know in 30 minutes.
After 3, that's usually your cutoff.
Exactly. Well, I give it around 3.5 because my hunger level has now reached to what I feel it in my throat. My stomach is touching my back.
I know I'm a little entertaining, so that's why I just jump on this thing and just have fun with it.
Yeah. But I appreciate you, Vincent. What do you call it? What they call you? Satan V. I appreciate you, Satan V.
It's satanic V.
Satanic V. My bad. Let me get your nickname.
That's at work though.
Yeah. But I appreciate you.
They know I ain't that. Nah. Post all it was that bad. They would fucking kick me out of this a long time.
I ain't worried about them, Vincent. But I appreciate you. But I'm getting off here. So deuces.
All right, man. Love you.
All right.
Good luck.
Love you too, bro. I love all of y'all. Even the ones who hate me. I love all of y'all. You know, with a 10-foot pole. So 4 hours. Y'all tricked me into 4 hours. And I got to download this video too. Because I'm going to set probably both those 2 sections of it. So I appreciate everybody for being here. Thank you for supporting the channel in whatever format that you support the channel. Thank you very, very much. Whether you buy merchandise, whether you are super fans on TikTok, subscription holders on Facebook, members on YouTube, whether you just subscribe to the channel or follow the channel, I greatly appreciate it. Whether you are one of the ones who shared videos, there are some people who constantly share the videos, and I appreciate you guys. The ones who like and comment, thank you very much, because the likes and the comments push the algorithm. So I appreciate everyone on the channel who supports the channel in the various ways that you can support it. Yeah, he did say something that's interesting. Another point of interest is that, yeah, sometimes I don't feel like coming on here, right? Sometimes I don't. Sometimes I don't want to talk to these people. Sometimes I don't want to talk to these subject matters. Sometimes I get bored, and I don't want to come on here. Sometimes the people irritate me, but I continue to do it for one. My children don't listen to these videos as often as I would like for them to, even though they all critically think and none of them are Christian. But I want them to be able, at any point in time, to be able to go through whatever number of these videos that they need to in order to understand their father's thought process and to gain more information and knowledge so that they can put it into practice and add wisdom. And that same thing goes for everybody else who watches the show as a secondary, the fact that it is available for other people. So I appreciate all you guys. And that is why, even when I'm bored, even when I'm irritated, I still continue to do what I do. It is not a mission. It is just something that I enjoy most of the time. So y'all have a great day. Look forward to seeing y'all in San Antonio here this weekend. And always remember, you have to free yourself to be yourself because your greatness is non-negotiable. Good journey, good vibrations. And that's the ball game.